welcome back to Race for Office. We're going to just get right into it. It is a warm and humid summer night in Zuri. In celebration of winning the Paralia election, what is quickly growing into a political party has gathered in the home of Odnos to celebrate the victory. It is not just your fervent supporters, though, but also interested parties, potential allies, and a coalition of various Plains factions parties. It is, in one word, stressful. Throughout the evening, Midion has been floated from group to group. He's answered questions on his military service, of what he intends for Zuri, and some of the questioning has been even more intensive than that of the election. But he seems to be holding his own due to coaching from Okbanax and a bit of a preparation by you, Odnos. And Odnos, you've spent your evening thus far speaking with Tritus of Athius, Odnos of Agius, Merinos, and Homenos Strabo, these four men who seem to control the Plains through their machinations. While once the Chalmaleros were a minor clan, your defeat of the Athius candidate seems to have risen your status. Each of the patriarchs have been discussing their estate and wealth for the better part of an hour. It's exhausting. And Okbanax, you have been relatively free. You've even found some interesting conversations. While your speeches on the streets typically elicit disgust and annoyance from people about war, in the setting of this party, you've gotten some interesting debates on the ethics of killing, how people should conduct themselves in conflict, a lot of engagement on those topics, which are typically seen as taboo or gauche in more polite society. And Odnos, now that the conversation has lulled a bit, and Tritus has gone off with your son Eluznos to the stables to inspect your horses, Marinos has grown weary and has gone to bed, Strabo is drinking alone, and Odnos is speaking with his wife. You can take a moment to breathe. This has been basically a full day of talking to people, soliciting negotiations, trying to build the interpersonal relationships which will form the back of your party once you're in power. You remain seated for a moment. Your goals at this party are to, one, get Strabo to basically withdraw from the Paralia, get his candidate to withdraw from the tribal election, because his candidate won the Paralia election. So currently, the four candidates for Strategoi are two Plains factions, Midion, and one supported by Strabo, and two Urbanites. If you can deal with Strabo's candidate, then that gets one off the ballot. Plus, it'll help you galvanize the vote of the Plains faction. However, you haven't gotten a chance to speak with him individually at the moment, so you haven't gotten him to make any commitments. So I think I'll open it up with that setup, and we'll start with Odnos. What would you like to do at this party?
Right into it, okay. Well, what's the name of my, cousin who is kind of Strabo affiliated, or his father was, but he's
I think it's a Chellis. Aolros. No, it isn't. A Chelnos. There we go. A Chelnos. There we go. He's here at the party as well.
What can you tell me about the Strabo head, the top dog?
Yeah, so he's pretty young in the grand scheme of things. Strabo himself was quite old. This is also not his son. This is a nephew of his. So technically, Strabo, that's not his name. Strabo is like the only people entitled to surnames in the Dellian League are city lords. So Strabo, the dictator, was actually called Strabo, but now his nephew, since he's not the city lord of Zuri, has no entitlement to that. You calling him Strabo is like a kindness. It's basically a fake title that means nothing. It's like calling someone a duke, even though they don't rule over a duchy. As for him himself, what little you know about him is that he's very protective of his family's legacy, and he is supported by a small cadre of people, but those people who do support him are zealots, which is probably how he won the Paralia election in his Paralia. Oh, and this is important for when you're talking to him. He's also a hardcore populist, similar to how Strabo was. You know, he believes in like tearing down the authority of the ruling urbanites and, you know, returning power to the people of the city through like popular reforms.
Yeah, and what's his name again?
Homion Strabo, I believe.
Homion?
I think so. Though again, even that, like the suffix of yon indicates that someone rules over a city, which obviously he doesn't. So all of the, yeah, it's Homion. His actual name, like legally, is Homenos, meaning like landed merchant, but Homion Strabo is what he would much prefer to be called.
All right. I'll start by finding my cousin Achelnos.
Yeah, you find a Chelnos out at the back. Ever since you threw, that during the first session you learned about bowling, you passed this along to Clan Chao Maleros. Now Clan Chao Maleros has passed it along to the rest of the Plains faction. So, out in the rear lawn of your estate, you can find a active game, despite it being later in the evening. Your cousin is teaching the rules to some other members of the Plains faction who don't know quite how it works, and he's a spry and fit young man and has lots of energy, even though it's later in the evening.
I'll wait till he's done teaching them, then I'll go up and ask him.
Yeah, he rolls a test bowl down the green, and then once it hits the pin, other people start to seem to understand how it works, and then he can see you sort of off to the side, so he'll clean off his hands of the dirt that was on the ball and walk over to you.
Hello, cousin.
Adnos?
I was hoping I would be able to ask you a few questions that you might know the answer to.
All right.
I wanted to know if you know anything about Homion of the Strabo clan.
I've met him a couple of times. He's very protective of his uncle's legacy. He does his best for the people of the plains, and much like his uncle, he wishes to tear down the power of the wealthy landed oligarchs of the city. Those within the city walls, of course. He's a man of action, not words.
Do you have any advice for dealing with him?
In what respect?
I was hoping to speak to him about his candidate for that won the Paralia election. If he was to drop out, it would make our lives much easier.
That's going to be difficult. He's very prideful.
So I'd need to find a way to help him to maintain his pride.
I'd imagine so. If he thinks he can win the tribal, I'm not sure why he would ever back down.
Alrighty, well, thank you.
He nods. And then he'll return to the bowling green.
Huh. What are Akbanax and Midian doing?
It's a great question. Midian, what are you up to? Most of this party have been getting passed around from group of supporter to like assuage any of their concerns they have about the campaign. But if you have a moment to yourself, what would you do?
I don't know. Is my family here?
Would you want to bring them to a campaign event?
Um,
I'm dead.
Probably.
Sure. Then yeah, your family.
At least like the wife and son. I mean, not that if my brother shows up, I'm checking on my brother right now. But hopefully my brother's not here.
If you just want to bring your wife and son, that's fine.
Chill. Yeah, I'd probably check in, see how they're doing, making sure no one's bugging them.
Yeah. Your son is off. You're not sure exactly where he is. You look around the immediate area, and he's just not there. But you do find your wife off in a corner, a little bit alone. Technically, she's like relatively close to other groups of Plains faction noblewomen, but she's sitting at a table alone. And when you come over, she'll give you a smile and say, "You're oddly comfortable here."
Maybe just putting on a good face. I've got good coaches.
Well, and good job.
Thank you. How have you been doing?
I'm fine. Nothing for you to worry about.
That was phrased like something I should worry about.
I just, the other women don't really want me here. Like, they don't say it, but I don't think I think they look down on us a little bit.
Well, I think that's their problem, isn't it?
I agree. Once you're a Stratagoy, then perhaps we'll look down on them.
Yeah, it's a lot of work to get done first.
And as you're chatting, Odnos, did you want to seek out Midion?
Maybe if I stumble upon him, but I was looking more for Akbanax, but I did want to know what both of them were.
Well, Akbanax,
Yeah.
one of your students is here at the party.
No way. Who's here?
Not that you invited him,
Is
but
it the one that loves dogs?
No, it is not. It's a cellist.
Isn't that? Oh, it's a cellist. So wait, let me find.
He's the son of a tyrant of Hago.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's here. You can see him with a group of other young men, chuckling and
I don't like
laughing
this guy. This guy's the one that's dumb. This guy is the one.
Yeah. He actually goes to all your lessons, though. I think he's the only person that's attended every single one of them.
Oh, so this is not the one that's rich and doesn't care.
No, that's Tritnos, I think.
Does he have two Tritnoses?
No. There's just one
Tritnos is my son.
Yeah, that is your
Tritnos
son.
is my son.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, so Achilles is the one who kind of like used to goof off with Tritnos, like they kind of clowned on you a bit. But ever since Tritnos left, Achilles has been relatively quiet. He just like makes you tea and stuff.
Was Achilles the one?
Yeah, never mind. This is the guy I'm thinking of. Yeah. He's described in the bio as determined to learn nothing.
That is true. Yeah, he mostly just hangs out.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, he's chatting with a group of other young men. So you notice him out of the corner of your eye. And, similar to Midion, the party's starting to wind down a bit, so you do have a moment of free time. And what would you like to do with that free time?
Sorry, did you ask me or who are you asking?
You.
Okay, yeah, I got a couple questions about just like what kind of function I'm at here.
Yeah.
So like, is this like wine is flowing, like everyone's having a good time, or is this like everyone's like getting into fights, or like what kind of function is this?
Yeah, so there's like two distinct sections of the party. There is where 99% of the people are, which wine is flowing, beers, everyone's having a good time. Then there's the 1% of the party, which is where like the Plains faction, basically not noblemen, but like wealthy people are, which is where Odnos was with the other patriarchs. That was tense as fuck. There was not much drinking. There was a lot of like barbed words, a lot of bragging. Okay. So that section of the party was terrible.
Well, yeah, so I'm not like a loser, so I'm gonna be with the wine side.
All right.
So, I deprived myself of a lot, but wine was in fact made by the gods for us.
True.
So, based Aurelian soul for making wine. I am probably kind of like. I'm trying to talk to who's going to listen to me. So I think I'm probably at a table and there's I walked into a conversation of like 3 or 4 other people, and like the moment I heard some kind of word that I could get in on, I started telling some old story, some old fable about a goat and what it means and how it relates to what they're talking about.
Okay. Well, Odnos, you walk over to in search of Akbanax. You do find him. He's sitting at a table with your mom, your aunt, and your wife. And all 3 of them are looking at him incredibly confused, and you hear him explaining how goats and beauty are actually intrinsically linked. But
yeah, you hear me talking about rings and like strings and loops a lot. That's like or not like a lot, but like more than you'd think. Those are like, I'm talking about like weird geometries. And also talking about how like it kind of sounds like I think goats are very beautiful, but you're missing the point.
Akbanax.
Oh.
See your.
How are you doing?
Keeping my family entertained with your.
Yeah, your wife.
Quite an intelligent crowd.
She'll give you a very flat stare, Odnos, and say, "Please take him away."
Yes, dear. I needed to speak to you anyway.
If I'm needed, and I'm gonna grab my wine cup pretty quickly, like pull it up as I stand up, and a little bit of wine's gonna splash out on the table.
Yeah, Odnos, you're gonna have to talk to your wife about that later.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, what's so important that you had to interrupt me?
You're a rhetorician, so I was looking for advice, as well
Oh,
as given that
sure.
she seemed to be a integral part of the campaign, obviously.
Yes, of course. Well, what is it? What's the matter?
I'm looking to encourage Humeon of Clan Strabo to drop out of the race so as to make our lives easier in the final city election. And I was wondering if you had any advice.
You're trying to convince him, you said?
Yes.
Is there no way you could intimidate him? That's usually easier.
Doubtful.
So you want me to make a convincing argument for why he should drop out?
I'm not asking you to do it so much as I'm
No, but that's what you're looking for is
Yes.
it's such an argument.
So far from what I've heard, I'm thinking I would need to be blunt and to speak about the benefit for his clan and their ideology.
Alex, how well do I know this guy or know about him? He's like somewhat famous, right?
He personally is literally a nobody, but his great uncle, who was the dictator of Zuri, is incredibly well known. Yeah, he ruled the city for 6 years. He's famous.
Yeah. Okay, but this guy's a nobody.
Yeah, literally is a cheap.
Okay. So this could be like some soy ass wannabe. I've never met him.
Correct.
Okay. Well, what do you know of him?
Not much, that he's a populist like his uncle, prideful, protective of their legacy. I think you could
That sounds
advise
most
me.
men.
Yes, but I don't know as much of the urban faction as you do, and they seem to rather like his family, so
Sure.
do you know what are the views on them around there? What can I play into?
Alex, this seems like a streetwise check or something. Is there like
yeah,
a
there isn't something like that. We're just gonna use charisma
Yeah.
for that. Yeah.
Okay, great. Charisma check for how I know how much. Hey.
Let's
Wow.
go.
Yeah, so the legacy of Soljan Strabo, so the dictator, not the wannabe,
yes.
is very mixed because the people who killed him were the Plains faction. Like, wealthy men from the Plains faction invited him to their home for dinner and then stabbed him to death. So he has a kind of martyr's quality to him, but also he seized people's property and in many cases gave it to himself. So much like Arizor and Piave, he was a populist, but he was also incredibly interested in his own family and his own standing. He appointed his brothers to various positions of like Archon and Stradigoy without any elections. So like he was not purely interested in the people, and that has led to his legacy being mixed. Some people in the city view him as a champion of the lower classes who, held back the oligarchy and was then martyred by that oligarchy. Other in the city view him as just, a thug who obtained power and took advantage of the people. So it's like, it's a mixed legacy, I'd say.
Nice. Okay. It's like not to get turn the game into Twitter, but that kind of sounds like a Trump picture. Is that like a reasonable comparison? Some people think he's a champion of the lower class. Some people think he's a thug.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. And now this is his nephew. Who's this guy?
His great nephew. Yeah.
Great nephew. So that's what, his nephew's son?
Yeah.
Ah, schmuck. Okay. The name carries weight. I'm sure that anybody with that name probably values it pretty high. It's his only asset. He's the only reason we're talking about him is because of that name. So I would think without knowing the man very well, I think whatever argument you make has to play around that name. It's his only claim to power, and it also means it's all he has. It must be incredibly valuable to him. So I suppose if you can convince him that he will tarnish this reputation, possibly with some kind of defeat or that'll be hard to do.
If we succeed and he's not a part of it, that could serve as
yes, I think that a man of great pride wishes to protect it. So if you could convince him that there was no chance that he was going to win, then he could drop out, and he may drop out to protect his name. However, if we had sufficient evidence that there was no way he was going to win, we wouldn't need to go to him and ask for him to drop out. So,
Well, thank you. I appreciate the advice.
I'll think on it more. But I would really think about the ways which he has power, and really, I think that comes from status alone, which will be both a sore spot and an asset to us. Well, and then I'm gonna finish drinking my glass of wine, turn around, and walk away.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, please find some guests besides my wife to entertain.
As you walk away, we're gonna remain on Akbanax for a little bit. You walk away, and you overhear someone explaining. You hear them say the phrase "maximization of good," and you immediately, your eyes dart in that direction, and you see your aloof student Achilles is leaning against the wall. There's a young woman in front of him, and he's explaining to her how actually the war that they're pushing for here at the party is actually good, because its preemptive action is increasing the overall good in the world and the utility. And the young woman looks so fucking bored by this conversation. She does not want to. She seems uninterested in how it started and very uninterested in what he's saying. And Achilles is repeating things that you have literally said, like bar for bar. You didn't know that he actually ever even listened to you. And the two of them are like off in the corner of the room, and you can just hear this conversation, this train wreck of a social encounter.
Yeah. So to put you in Akbanax's head, he does not notice the train wreck of a social encounter. He hears good rhetoric.
Yeah.
He doesn't really have that kind of awareness that the narrator might. And so walking by, it's more like nodding, and I'll actually walk up and join that conversation. I'm gonna pop in as a little third wheel, because I hear good philosophy going on.
Achilles will see you out of the corner of his eyes and almost jump a little bit, and he'll say, "Oh, Akbanax, this is Peinosa. She's the niece of Odnos."
Nice to meet you.
She gives a polite nod and says, "Well, this is the teacher you were talking about then." And the young man
you
will
talk
nod.
about me. I like put an arm
I
around
was
his
just,
shoulder.
I needed to cite where my information came from.
That's very good. Very good, as I taught you to.
And he'll say, anyways, how can I help you?
I just overheard the matter of discussion, and as you know, it's of quite important interest to me, so I just, thought it could be a good dialogue.
Well, she just said that she was concerned that the potential war with Echialden would put her brothers and uncles and father at risk, so I assured her that it was
it's a good
for the
cause.
greater good.
It's a good cause, you understand. Yeah. Yes, nothing good comes without risk.
He slowly nods. I suppose I just don't want them to die.
Well, nobody wants them to die.
But it's war.
But-
People die.
Well, people die going to the market to buy eggs.
One seems more likely than the other.
Right, but one also brings more good than the other. One of them only brings you eggs, but the other one could end all future wars.
I just don't know.
I understand that it's scary, but once we do it right, and do it for a little bit, we'll get used to it, the same way you get used to going to market to buy eggs. You remember when you were just a little girl and it all seemed so scary to go to the market and buy eggs. We just have to get better and more experienced at going to war.
My father's side of the family were from Gladell, and
Sure.
some of them who escaped the sacking. What they describe, I don't think anyone could ever get used to that.
But you see, the ones that you cared about escaped the sacking.
No, some died.
Mm.
My father died.
You see, those were oh, I'm very sorry to hear that. I wish that he could have, if he would have had to die, it would have been in a more righteous war, like what we intend to fight here. We have no interest in a mere sacking. That's barbaric. We care about ensuring that future families, that your children, will never have to worry about their fathers going to war.
I think that the Red Banner Army said something similar. They only wished for repaying of the debts that were owed to them.
Or remind me who the Red Banner Army is?
Those are the people who sacked Gladel.
Yeah,
that is
okay.
now the Kingdom of Agatha.
This has nothing to do with debt. Debt is what's in the past, and I have little interest in history when it comes to matters like this. I care about the future. And that is what this war is about.
He thinks, and I suppose from Akbanax's perspective, what you are encountering here is cognitive dissonance, where your argument's correct, but emotionally she feels it's wrong. But she'll just kind of shrug and say, maybe.
Think about a world that your kids could grow up in where there would be no war. It'll take some time to chew on it, but it's a remarkable idea.
And she'll kind of nod and walk off, and Achilles will remain standing there and say, she just doesn't understand it.
I'm surprised that you do, boy. How come you don't speak like this in class?
I mean, I'm just here to... Listen, I didn't come to Hago to get an actual education. I didn't leave Hago to get an actual education. It's just, it was dangerous there, so I needed to go somewhere.
All right, but it appears that you're... I thought that I knew that, but it appears that you're getting an actual education.
I don't know about that.
Well, you've recited some of my arguments, more so than some of your peers could. I suppose there's more than recitation to truly learning the philosophies, but it's a good start. You also seem to have an actual interest in it, a genuine fervor that I haven't seen before.
Well, most philosophy that I knew about before coming to Zuri was about what is a chair, or that older man who comes in, the carpenter, constantly obsessed with trifling things, but, the actions of states, wars, I don't know.
A political philosopher, I understand. A lesser kind, but still interesting.
It seems to be primarily what you concern yourself with these days.
Well, it's primarily what other people are concerned with, and I concern myself with being concerned by others. But my true passions are some of the more abstract. I do suppose the part of the political philosophy that I talk most about is the ethics of it, which I do think falls in the higher plane of fields. But
agreed. I think it's Leistus who
it
says
happens to
that
have applications in politics. Continue.
Laws are downstream of ethics, so it is important for any society to understand its ethical framework before laws can be implemented to enforce them. But I think ethics are... Perhaps they don't need to be universal, but they certainly need to be largely agreed upon. That's a big problem where I come from in Hago. Political violence of all types is normalized, and the only real power that anyone holds is if they can kill you. It's ruled by might. It's resulting in that city rotting.
And that's why this kind of education, this kind of intellectual tradition matters. I don't see why I have to convince you of this. It's clear that you care as far as your discussion goes. I just want to know why you don't show it in class.
It just feels a bit pointless. When I return to Hago, I can present them a incredibly well-structured argument, but ultimately, they can still kill me at the end of the day. There's a reason why in Hago they worship Androchinus as a herald rather than Eugemenes.
Right, but if you convince somebody else who has a sword, then they may listen to you and then fight on your behalf, on behalf of the values that you hold. They will fight for you, and you might be able to make some change. That is what I am doing here today. That is what this is about. It may not be with a sword, although sometimes an election can get messy. But my Midian, Odnos, I have convinced them of a good morality, and now they are fighting on behalf of the ideas that I come up with.
Do you think it's actually possible to convince someone who truly disagrees with you? It seems as if most of their beliefs come from a sort of intuition or emotion that they can't quite grasp, and they simply disagree if it opposes it.
Wrong. I believe that the emotion is informed by the rational brain, but it changes slowly. You convince them rationally, and then wait, and then continue to convince them rationally, and that slowly massages the emotional change that you need And people do come around. You
Maybe I'll
did. You
just have
came here
to-
not wanting a real education, but you showed up to class every day, and now I've convinced you of its importance.
Yes, but I'm perhaps even the better argument in my defense, because when I return to Hago, I will not carry any of this forward. It won't change how I behave in my daily life. When I return, I'll do as my brothers and father have done. I'll claw my way to the top by killing others. It's the only way.
And when you're at the top, will you not then pause to maybe be interested if you could make the world a better place?
There is no top in Hago.
Well, I recommend not returning. It sounds horrible.
Then I'm to stay here for the rest of my life on my father's expense.
Well, it's not too expensive to be here. I make it on a pittance.
I can't do anything. I don't have any skills.
You can think. Like every man, you can think.
So you propose I surrender a life of wealth and luxury in Hago to be a philosopher in Zuri?
Does the life that I have before me seem better or worse than you dying in Hago?
It's a false equivalency, but of course yours seems better.
Well, if you're so convinced that you're going to die in Hago, I recommend you stay here. You could be a student of mine, and I'm sure that we could get a stipend for you. If you decline, then you get to stop using the argument that you're going to die in Hago. You keep saying that. So if you decline an offer now after already admitting that being here is better than dying in Hago, you're no longer allowed to cite that as evidence.
It's not just death, though. It's, You've never been, have you?
To Hago?
Yes.
No.
They host the finest parties, the most wondrous banquets. They have the most beautiful architecture, gorgeous statues. We have the finest wines, pleasure slaves imported from every square inch of the world. Living there is like... It's like a dream. It's just so wonderful, but you have to fight to defend that position there. Every moment, anyone else you know, including your own family members, are gunning for that position, and murder is an acceptable path to achieve it. It's just measuring the pleasure of a couple of years of the high life or a lifetime spent toiling.
Do you know the parable of the dwarf at sea?
I can't say I do.
Long ago, before the Red Mountain Dawi disappeared, one of them came down from the hills, and he wanted to go meet one of his cousins in the Blue Mountains. So, he got on a boat. But you see, the Dawi, they're not really capable of being at sea. It's not something that they were designed by God to do. So a dwarf gets very seasick and would vomit and eventually die of, some kind of whatever happens when you, I guess starvation if you just vomit all your food up. So, the dwarves will... This dwarf found a solution. He found that he could every single day consume the milk of the poppy seed that would get him high, very, just fully flood his brain with pleasurable senses. And eventually, when he gets to Western Valoros, he gets to where he could see these cousins that he wanted to meet. He decides that he wants to keep taking the milk of the poppy seed, as it is so pleasurable that it's even more pleasurable than anything that meeting his cousins could provide. So he stays on the boat and decides to go back home, and he'll simply ride this boat wherever it goes. And it's not long after that the disease of the dwarf being at sea finally does consume him and take his life. And you see, it was much like what you're describing in Hago. A desire for instant and all-consuming pleasure disguises that the very ground you're on is killing you.
I suppose it's an apt analogy. You always talk about utility. You know, the function of one thing compared to another, the good of many, and the incredible good of many compared to the suffering of a small few. In this instance, perhaps I have 3 or 4 years of immense good, immense pleasure, everything that I could wish to acquire. And then a brother, a servant, an uncle, a rival kills me in the night. Or I remain here with a far reduced level of pleasure, but for a far longer period. If the overall pleasure of that shorter experience exceeds the longer-lived life, perhaps it's the right decision. Perhaps the dwarf is right.
Well, I think that your framework is perhaps justifiable, and I think that your calculation of the good in both of those cases is far off. You realize that I'm a happy man, and I enjoy this city, and I have the same kind of appreciation for it that it sounds that you do for Hago. You just have to learn what its beauty is.
You could be right on that.
Are you willing to risk smoking opium and then getting stabbed in the night to not learn what this city might be like and how it could be a better life for you?
Well, I still have a couple more months here before I'm meant to return. Perhaps in that time you can show it to me.
Keep attending class. I'm sure that you'll see it.
And we will cut to Odnos. Do you want to head straight to Strabo, or would you like to do any more detours?
I think I gotta just head straight to my homie.
Yeah, you find Strabo. He is sitting alone in the little parlor area where you were with the rest of the patriarchs. Everyone else has gone to do some other activity. It's just Strabo there. He's bristly. Like, during the conversation of the patriarchs, he only spoke when he was addressed, and everyone, like, put in the effort to give him his proper name, but he always seemed to, he just always seemed to be looking for a fight in that conversation. And now that he's alone in this room, he has, like, his shoulders hunched up. You know, he has an aura that is very uninviting as you enter the room.
Hello, homie.
He looks over. Odnos.
I suppose I should congratulate you on your winning of your Paralia election.
It was a close-run thing.
What'd he say? I didn't hear that.
Close-run thing.
Close run thing. Yes, as was ours.
My opposition received a large amount of coin from both Clan Athius and Luktara, though, of course, they deny it. But they would, after all. They wouldn't want to see a member of Clan Strabo succeed.
Yes, your name, I imagine, carries weight among different peoples.
Did you know that your great-uncle was there?
Eric, did I know this?
What do you think he's referring to?
I forget who my great-uncle is, because it's been like
Your great-uncle is, yeah, that's fine. Your great-uncle is Merinos, the guy who you've gone to repeatedly for funding and stuff like that.
Would I have known that?
There for what? What do you think he's referring to?
Oh, yeah, for killing him, yeah. I suppose I can guess.
He was supposed to be his friend. It's why it makes it hard to trust any of you. Before the election, Luktara came to me with an overture offering to provide my candidate with funding. They said that the face of Strabo could carry them to victory, but when you're in a pit of vipers, and one of the vipers looks at you and says that it will help you and not bite you like the others, it's hard to believe.
I can understand this. Do you have much more popularity among the urban classes?
Of course I do. They know what my great-uncle did for them. It was
Yes.
their bellies that were full. It was their lips that were sated with water. It was the Palace of Justice that stands on the Agora was built by his command.
Yes. Well, I am running against you, so I won't lie that I do wish for you to drop out of the election, but I do respect you all the same, but I would like to make my case if you would.
I'm glad that you don't attempt to maintain any pretense that your candidate is a puppet. That was perhaps the most infuriating part of my Prawley election. The candidate insisted he had no connection to Luktara or Athias.
Yes, I can't imagine that, Midion's a good man, but it's no secret that, he has people supporting him.
Well, since you're being honest, I'll give you the chance to make your case.
Your name is popular, as you said, enough to get votes to be a thorn in our side, but I don't know that it would be enough to win against the urban factions who control the machines that exist there. And even if you were to somehow seize victory, I see no way that you would have no party supporting you, no machine behind you. It would be difficult for you to accomplish anything. While I certainly understand your hesitancy to be involved with the Plains faction, I believe that working with them is the best way forward for your name. It would let them have some semblance of removed hostility towards you, and in the future it may allow you to have more independence and less subversion as you run campaigns. But most importantly, if you were to aid in our current campaign, it would lend you influence on this. I do not harbor so much of the elitism as others in our class, I would like to think at least, and having someone sympathetic would be of great aid. And it's no secret that I would like to take an active view of foreign policy, including with war, and I believe that Strabo clan, if it were to prove itself in war, its name might ring again in some of the people who currently live in Zuri.
It's true, the foundation for my campaign is somewhat shaky, but I think yours is on a lot shakier ground than you give yourself credit for. Even if you secured every vote of the Plains faction, that's not enough to win you the election. I wish you luck in trying to sell your puppet to the population of the city. I think I have quite a good chance as it currently stands. Perhaps when we get close to the election, something may change.
Perhaps. I certainly hope. And if you would like to know more, I do have supporters in the urban core. I'm sure you've seen Akbanax around here creating a fuss. He tends to be very popular among the urbanites.
Perhaps. I was far more impressed to see that playwright Democritus floating about. I know he was once quite popular.
Yes, I do like him myself, I must admit.
Will he come
I
out in
haven't seen
favor
him
of
yet.
war?
What did he say, Eric?
Will he come out in favor of war?
I don't know. I've mostly left him to his own devices.
Are you not worried at all?
About?
My name.
In which
My
way?
uncle, the name Strabo, it meant strength, it meant authority, it meant one fist uniting a people behind its will. If I were to gain in power, I make no pretenses as to what I would do with it. I'd make the lives of the people of Zuri better, and I'm not sure if that aligns with you Plains faction elites. It certainly didn't when my great-uncle was in power.
I'll make no lie that I'm a strong-armed populist in the same way that the Strabo clan is, but I also am not such an elitist as most of the Plains faction is. I'd very much like to see the lives of the people improve. I suppose we have our differences of tactics, but I don't believe our hearts are entirely different.
I think they couldn't be any more different. I can see, based on this estate, your family, everything about you reeks of the entrenched bureaucracy of this city. Your own great-uncle was one of the men who pulled the dagger. Your family is, rotten to its core. Your people have outweighed votes in the assembly and suppressed the voices of the people. But the fact is, as you've said, you're quite electorally popular. So, if for some reason I find that the tribal election proves impossible, we can discuss further at that date.
Very well.
You remain seated.
I'm gonna say, do you believe that there are others in the city who would like to see the lives of the people improve?
I think there are those who claim as much, the Guildsman faction, but if you look at their actions, what they actually managed to achieve while they're in office, there's been truly nothing achieved since my great-uncle was removed from office.
What about those who might make concessions that they don't truly believe in, but they are willing to do for the sake of holding on for their own power?
I'm sure there are people who would do that.
Yes. That's something to meditate on. And if there were people who were to improve the lives of the people with your opposition, what do you think the people would think of that?
If I thought that my opposition could actually improve the material lot of the people, then I wouldn't have run on this campaign. The reality is that they're ineffectual.
That has often been the case.
If you'd like a recent case study, you need only look at the government of Mernos. He was Basilius for, 7 years? Something like that. And yet, in that time of Meros's great conservative revanchism of the return of the Plains faction, has Zuri gone stronger? Have our borders expanded? Has our population swelled? Have we won any great battles or wars or conflicts? Has any great infrastructure been built? He was in power for as long as my great-uncle, and yet the constraints of the people and his backwards and corrupt government held him back. He achieved practically nothing.
There will always be failures in this world. I don't think that tells anything about the future.
He shrugs.
Anyways, you're welcome to the rest of the party. You're also welcome to stay here as long as you'd like. And I appreciate your presence.
You're at least civil. I can give you credit for that.
And you're honest. I can give you credit for that.
Yeah. You can give him some space, and if it does come to a tribal election of you versus Strabo, some of his statements that are deeply undemocratic are definitely worth keeping in mind, because his core philosophy seems to be fundamentally at odds with that of Zuri on like a very basic level. So yeah, you may want to, if it comes to that those could be some points to use in like an assembly speech. Though obviously he's not the one directly running, but still.
Yeah.
And then Okbanax, we'll get to you in a second. I know you wanted to talk to Democritus, but Midian. You chatted with your wife for a little bit, and as the party died down, you no longer felt the pull of various groups wanting to talk to you. Instead, as you're sitting here and your wife has gone off to go find your son, a single man will approach you. He's tall, he has like tan skin, short black hair, he has a broken nose that's like re-healed, and tons of scars across his faces. He's clearly a soldier, though likely a mercenary, because even technically you're a soldier, but you don't look anywhere near that fucked up.
Right.
And he'll heave down into the seat across from you and look over. I heard from some other people in this party that you've killed some elves.
Indeed.
What's it like?
What of it? Oh, what's it like? I mean, they're good fighters, but not better than us, huh?
I've never killed one myself. That's why I'm asking. I've been forbidden the opportunity to do so.
Oh, how's that?
Back, where I'm from, Athnaween are killed on sight these days, but I've been stationed here in other cities for the last couple of years. Haven't gotten the opportunity, and before that we were allied with them.
Well, these days I'm not sure they're worthy adversaries in hand-to-hand combat, but I'm sure in time you'll find a worthy opponent.
What was your weapon of choice?
I mean, I've probably killed more elves with a dagger than anything else, but I'd probably prefer a sword more than anything.
Swords are a good weapon. I've noticed up here in the Dellian League, your people typically prefer spears to swords. It's a strange cultural behavior. I get that they give you reach, but...
Reach is important.
On the plains, swords are the superior weapon. There's no question about it.
Honestly, surprises me with how much space there is out there, but...
Have you ever been?
To the plains? Alex, I don't believe Midian has been.
I don't think you've even ever left Zuri, right? Other than for the
Yeah,
Bush War?
other than just that little war stint. Yeah. No, I don't believe I have.
It's a soldier's paradise. You could go from one end of the plains to the others and never stop seeing lands ravaged by conflict.
Conflict. I mean, yeah. When necessary, it definitely serves a great purpose, but...
When necessary.
Right.
What necessity is there?
What do you mean?
Well, war is just an extension of discussion. You know, punching is just an extension of an argument. It seems only natural that it would consume everything. I think the peace you experience here in Zuri is a rarity.
Well, I leave the semantics to my companion Akbanax, but I definitely agree that the peace around here is preserved by us being willing to use force when necessary.
In Malgotha, you here in Zuri are seen as hedonistic, effeminate, and weak men. That seems to be somewhat untrue. Though the hedonism part may have some points looking around this party.
Maybe. I think maybe a bit quiet, or maybe just busy bickering among ourselves and not that loud to people from the outside.
Well, if you do become Strategoi, I look forward to working with you. And he extends a hand across the table.
And I, meet his hand and shake it.
He'll
Likewise.
stand up, and he'll sort of adjust his belt and walk off.
Cool.
You have no idea who that was, right?
That's fine. Yep, that's totally. That'll be an issue for later.
Based. Alrighty. And Oddnose, as you exit, actually no, we should go to Akbanax first. Akbanax, you wanted to look for Democritus, you said.
I did.
You can find him over in the corner. So there's been musicians hired for this party. And at the beginning of the party, you saw off in the corner Democritus having an argument with one of the musicians, specifically a drummer. But now he has largely given up, and he's just sitting at a small little table with one other person. Both of them are just watching the musicians play in silence.
What's the other person look like?
The other person is a man in his mid-30s. He looks like one of the Plains faction, like dilettantes, like courtiers, like basically just a rich kid.
Okay. Yeah, I'll walk up to Democritus. And I'll say,
look over.
Excuse me, but you wouldn't be the legendary playwright Democritus, would you?
Keep your voice down. They're performing. Have some respect.
May I speak to you though?
Just whisper. And he goes back to looking at the drummer.
Well, I'm a huge fan of your plays. I specifically liked the last one about the people on the boat.
He turns around. Really?
Yes.
Which part?
There was early on there was that kind of supernatural encounter in a forest.
Yes, with the hag.
Yes, I found that fascinating. I've been speaking to a man who's being haunted by ghosts, and so it kind of stimulated part of that part of the brain.
Interesting. And the man across the table from you kind of shushes you both, and Democritus gives him a dirty look and stands up and says, let's go take a walk.
Okay, yeah, I'll follow him.
And as the two of you, walk towards one of the exterior pathways, he'll say, "Haunted by ghosts, you say?" His dead wife, lover, is it something? What is it?
Something far worse. It he fought in the war, and it's comrades that he died with and men he killed.
That's grim. Suitably grim.
Right. Yes, of course. Have you heard of something like that?
In a metaphorical sense, I suppose you could say I have that myself, but I assume when you say he sees ghosts, it's far more literal.
No, they scream at him in the nighttime.
Yeah.
Then
no,
which I guess also metaphorically maybe you could understand, but no, it's a very real presence to him.
Interesting.
And they say things like sometimes when the ghost is in the room with the two of us, the ghost instructs him to murder me and such.
Oh. What made him go to a, he looks you up and down. You.
A philosopher.
Sure, a
philosopher.
Yes. Rather than a adventurer.
Well, you see, unlike most of the common philosophers of the city, I actually have a functioning and complete theory of the Arcanum, the magics. And so
Really?
he came to me. Yes.
What spells can you
complete
cast?
is strong. Oh, I'm no wizard.
Oh. And where did this knowledge of the arcane come from?
Reason?
Ghost hunting.
Oh, you're serious?
There's a great number of texts that you can read about how the Arcanum functions, and then you can deduce that there's only one real structure that could give rise to it. And so I've just kind of connected those dots and described it.
You philosophers like analogies. Let me think of something.
Mm-hmm.
This is like a virgin writing a textbook on how to have sex.
Very funny.
It wasn't a joke, but it kind of was, but it's also true. If you never cast a spell, how can you know what it's like? It's magic. We use the word magic for a reason. It's unquantifiable.
I make no comment about what it's like, because you're right. I don't know, but so
just look at this. And he'll take his palm out and he'll say, Igni. And a little mirror image, a minor illusion will appear on his palm of you with a donkey's head, like running around on all fours, eawing.
Well, that's quite rude.
Well, explain it.
Ah, you want me to describe how that could happen?
Yes.
Okay. Well, how deep a level of an explanation do you want? Should I start from the basics of the metaphysics, or what do you already know?
I'd like you to attempt whatever you can to explain that.
Okay. Well, you see, the way that you see something with your eyes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is because the eye kind of casts out a line, and whatever it comes into contact with, it grabs and brings back into the eye. And that's how you're able to see things. Now, what happens here is that those little things that it grabs is it steals a little string off of whatever object. The magic, what's interesting here is that you're able to create a string with no object that it's attached to. So when the eye goes out to grab what it may look at, what it pulls back is only the string and not even though there's no underlying object.
And how do I do that?
Oh, how do you create the strings? Yes. Well, that is because when objects move around, they create other new different kinds of strings and loops and whatnot. And it is that someone with magic has the exact right combination of motion of little smaller objects to create the strings that they want to create for this example, strings that are in the shape of this illusion that you've made. But other combinations of strings could be, a fireball, for example.
All this discussion of strings and loops reminds me of an old woman talking of crochet.
It's not an incorrect image. Think about it. The universe is just a beautiful woven existence of these strings, not too unlike a crochet. You see, a crochet takes mere yarn and turns it into something complicated, the same way that we exist out of fibers of the universe that some people can adjust in just the right way, that they can have some remarkable desired results.
He'll sigh. I can tell you're a philosopher because you call the universe beautiful.
Well, I certainly am not to deny any of its evils, but on the whole, I'd rather be here than not.
I suppose.
Hey, can I ask, are you writing anything new?
I've written some things, but, well, I'm glad that you liked my previous play, but, it did not perform well at all.
Yeah.
One of my
I spend a lot of time on the
patrons
street.
refuses to give me money anymore.
Oh, goodness. How much money do you need for a thing like that?
A couple of million pence.
Wow.
You have to pay for masks and actors and production of scripts, which means you need to rent a printing house. You need to rent out the space, get a permission from the master of ceremonies, but it's just so much.
Do you turn a profit, or do you just get funded by the patron so that the patron can see plays he likes?
Depends. In my early career, much of the things I wrote were quite simple. Satirical comedies, dark comedies, those made a fortune. They never took more than a couple of planks of wood and a spunky actor willing to say some things that may get him banished. But as I worked more on my epics, the budget went up, and so the chance of failure grew massive. And I don't know if I've told anyone this, but the most recent production cost about 8 million pence to produce.
I'm gonna spit out a bit of wine. Whoa! Wow. Huh.
My initial vision actually included making a
I get 30
full-sized
pence a
boat.
month.
How do you live?
In a small house. On day-old bread.
I'm so happy I chose not to become a philosopher.
I'm perfectly happy.
I'm sure you are. But I personally require very expensive wine to remain happy.
Alex, what is a million pence in money factor?
That would be about a money factor of 8.
8. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So with a money
Though
factor of 8, we could fund one of his plays?
Yeah, though it does scale up exponentially. Like a 9 is way more, and a 10 is colossal.
So I'm saying if we had an 8, we could fund a play of his?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Though,
Okay.
you only have a month before the tribal election, so he wouldn't be able to fully produce it in time.
Oh.
But you could bribe him, use the play as a bribe to get him to do some shit for you.
Oh, actually, we will fund your next play if you do something else.
Yeah, because, yeah.
Does he do any other work? Does he ever present poetry or something that could maybe go faster?
Yeah, he does 3 types of art. He does the highest form of art, which is improvisational poetry. That is considered the highest class of art in all of Zuri.
Based.
He also does, obviously, written plays, and then he's also technically a historian. He's actually the best-selling historian in the entirety of Zuri, because he wrote a very recent book called the Apar-Gladel War, and since he was a personal witness to it, he was able to record a lot of events that other people weren't able to.
Okay, but that also would be longer than a month.
That would take way longer. Yeah, also, he'd have to go live through another war.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to have him kind of spin an old war in terms of like a good war kind of story.
Sure. Yeah, honestly, improvisational poetry is probably the only thing that could actually get like fully done, because there are festivals for that, and there is one being held prior to the tribal election.
Okay.
And they're not truly improvisational. They're like freestyle raps for like you.
Yeah, I get it.
He gets it.
So, listen, I'm a little curious, so not that you're not very welcome here, but how'd you end up at this event? Are you, interested in the cause?
No. Free wine.
Oh. Well, you know, they say nothing's really free. Is there any chance I could try and interest you in the cause?
I think that to interest me in any more war, you would have to erase the last 7 years out of my mind.
Listen, would you not be in favor of a final war? A war to end wars?
He takes out a little notebook and writes something down and then puts it away. That's very funny. That's good. I like that one. A war to end all wars. That's very good. I like. You're clever.
I mean it.
I know. That's why it's funny. Man.
At least for Zuri. Zuri could seriously secure its position as a democratic state, and we would not have to worry about foreign invasions the way that we do every single year.
Do we have to worry about that? You know, I'm 53. Not once has Zuri been invaded. There's been skirmishes on the borders. There's been mild frontiers conflicts, but there's been no army marching to the gates of Zuri with the intention of sacking our city.
There have been other cities entirely sacked very recently, right?
Yes, 2 of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
You are looking at the history of only Zuri, not the history of the League.
If you look at talk even to me of the recent history, I was there. But Apar was a flawed state from its inception. It was owned by slave-owning egomaniacs who waged a war of aggression against the Red Banner Army and then were defeated. Even if I granted you everything, even if morally, spiritually, whatever else, you could support the idea of a war, the reality is that you could never guarantee it would be the last one, and war itself is a vile, disgusting, ugly thing that I deeply regret having taken any part of in.
You know, I think that what you miss, and I want to appreciate first that I understand that you have a serious understanding of war. You know, you're a credible figure on the subject even. And I think that what you might miss is that we are not. You agree that Zuri is a better state than Apar was, correct?
Of course.
And you believe that Apar fell and had to cause wars because it was a failed state, right?
Unsustainable.
Okay. Now, do you think that that means that in the future Apar will do something again once they've taken time to recuperate and regain strength?
Maybe.
And if not them, Gladel, continuing on after a victory, may commit something similar against someone else.
There is a chance that Hago would find themselves in the crossfire. That's true.
Right, you see, okay. However, Zuri would never do such a thing, as we both obviously know.
Yes.
We would never fight a war for sacking, a war for war's sake.
Well, not recently, no.
Certainly not recently, because we've learned, we've improved, we've grown. And what I want to do is have more places like Zuri. It's not the same kind of war. So war to end all wars, sure. It was an exaggeration, a turn of phrase. These politicians, they've gotten me thinking about marketing and whatnot, and I apologize. It means that I wasn't right with my words. I didn't mean exactly what I said. But what I do mean is that if more places can be like Zuri, we will slowly phase out even the, how do you say it, the incentives for war. War will no longer become appealing.
Perhaps your vision of it is true, or perhaps it's not. But either way, the fact is that war itself, the actual act of a conflict, its horror outstrips anything that can follow it.
I think you're wrong. Are you so short-sighted as to think that this one temporary bad could never, ever, ever be outweighed by some other good even greater?
Yes.
Huh.
I can't put this image in your mind. I could show you it with an illusion, but it wouldn't be the same. But when Apar fell, the entire peninsula burned. Every road that I went down as I fled the falling city was littered with corpses, Athnoween, soldiers, civilians, women and children. Plantations burned, granaries burned, everything burned, whether it was the attackers, the defenders scorching the earth, the chaos of bandits and brigands looting what they could in the falling of a city. Those with power took from those who had nothing, and those who had nothing starved or were killed. I don't know if anyone's produced how many died in that, but it's just too much. It's not worth it.
Listen, I understand that, and that will keep happening every decade or so, unless somebody with a better moral compass and a better idea of what good in the world looks like, a man like you that understands the war that they're witnessing and that could be prevented, comes along to stop them. If two brigands are fighting in the street, it takes a greater man to come along and use his own strength to break up the fight.
Yes.
That could be us. We could finally, with our superior government and our superior appreciation for understanding what makes life great, with the use of force, I readily admit, help our neighboring countries, states, learn what a better state looks like.
I'm glad that someone your age can still have it in them, but I just don't. I can't. I just couldn't. After what I've seen, I just couldn't send young men to do that.
Well, it's a shame to hear, because I think you're a smart man, so I'm sad that you can't see it the way I do. But I'm still a fan until the day I die, and I look forward to seeing you at the upcoming festival.
Well, yes. I need to think of something new. I was originally going to remain on this whole stint about the pirates for a couple of years. I thought it would be a good lesson in morality for the people, but I think
those are hard.
One reviewer said it was a jumbled and confusing mess.
Yes, I mean, I guess that's the problem with writing a history. The history is often a jumbled and confusing mess.
I thought the moral lesson was quite clear, but apparently not.
Oh, I just mean narratively. Like, who is that squat fellow that showed up at the end?
No, the
Why was he
halfling?
there? Yes.
I don't know. I think I never got to know him while I left the ship shortly after that. I think he just sort of faded away.
He only said hello.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyways, well, if you're looking for a new topic, you could meet my friend who's haunted by ghosts.
I'll think about it.
All right.
And
I love ninja suits.
he'll nod and wander away. Well, probably back to the performers. And Odnos, as you are leaving the room that Strabo's in, the parlor, your overseer, Polios, will approach you. Sorry, your master servant, Polios, will approach you. He'll give you
the Iparian one? Or no, this is the servant. Okay.
Yeah, this is the servant. Yeah, the overseer is Iparian, but this one is your master servant. He'll give you a bow and say, Lord Odnos, there is a man at the door waiting to see you. I think he's here for a legal reason.
Very well.
Benjamin.
What?
you were unmuted.
What was I doing?
I don't know. There's audio. Something.
Oh, sorry. That I was
the
listening.
T-Pain XXL freestyle.
Yeah, dude. Literally, that was in their memes, and I hit go on it because I was about to make another meme with it. I didn't think it would go from my headphones to my microphone. That's crazy. That headphone linked to the T-Pain freestyle. Yeah, you should cut that. I'm really sorry. That's horrendous.
You want $sign?
Dude, that is absolutely crazy. I just like that freestyle a lot.
Okay, we're gonna dive back in now. So, Jackson, you can make your way to the door.
With reasons, I'm sure it's good.
Yeah. Polios will guide you there. And you leave the party behind, so the sound of music fades. The only real sound is the sound of cicadas and other early fall summer bugs. And your master servant will open up the door, and standing on the steps of your estate is one of the 12 pole bearers of the city. Appointed by the Archon, they are the only official law enforcers in the city. There are no cops, there are no magistrates in the city, there's only pole bearers. He carries an axe wrapped with a bundle of sticks as a mark of his authority that he is both on duty and acting as the voice of the Archon, meaning that anything he does or says carries the weight as if the Archon himself said it. And he has a grim look on his face, and when he sees you, he'll give a nod, and then he'll speak slowly and precisely, as if conveying a message dictated to him by someone else. A man who claims to be Tritnos of Pandanisis has been arrested. He's been placed in the cistern, as he is deemed to be a threat to others, and the Archon saw fit to keep him from the public. His specific charge is murder. However, as a full inquiry and investigation have yet to be launched, this charge may develop. Since he had no documents to confirm his identity, we're requesting that you, or someone else who can recognize the man, come with us.
So, this is my son, right, Eric?
It is.
Yes, Eric's, do they have, like, get a lawyer in Zuri? Do I need to get
not to touch on the legal stuff too much, because we'll definitely do that later. No, you are not entitled to a lawyer, but there's also, again, there's no cops in the city. There's only the pole bearers, so it's not like he's undergoing interrogation right now.
Yeah, alright. But I don't need to get him, like, call the family lawyer or nothing.
No.
Alright. Yes. Yes, I will come with.
The pole bearer will nod, and as you head inside, the master servant will say, "Do you want me to inform anyone else, or would you like to go alone to confirm that it's actually him?"
You should inform the family, but I believe it's best I go alone.
Yes, my lord. And he will walk off to go inform those people. It takes you a little bit. Your place is a pretty long walk from the city, so you probably won't get there until the moon is quite heavily risen in the sky. But after you exit in a large coat, the pole bearer will start to walk. You don't know this guy personally, but pole bearer, while technically the Archon appoints the pole bearers, they are typically reappointed every time a new Archon's elected, because these are some of the most trusted men in the city for their discretion. Like, he's not going to be publicly announcing in the square, "Oh yeah, I arrested this guy's son for murder." He's going to keep it to himself. Like, these people are some of the most trusted in the entire city, though also sometimes heavily disliked if they are viewed as corrupt in their duty, because they do have, like, the weight of the Archon behind them. So you and this pole bearer will walk across the country roads and into the city of Zuri. You head past a gatehouse, and and you head up towards the Agora. The cistern that he referred to is the only jail in the entire city. Because they don't have like a prison, because they don't give those sentences. There is no like, you're going to prison for 6 years type sentence. That doesn't exist. It's death, severe punishment, or basically just a fine. So instead, the cistern is a former cistern, a place to store water, in the basement of the Hall of Justice that has been turned into a temporary jail to house people that are viewed as like an imminent threat to other people, such as murderers. You and the pole bearer will climb the steps, and we can kind of skip forward to you entering into the cistern, because you have to go through several checkpoints, but the pole bearer will guide you through them. You follow behind the pole bearer and are led through the dank subterranean tunnels leading to the cistern. You feel worry, anxiety, and you practically feel sick. Your skin is cold. What are you thinking about? Your son or the impacts of this on the campaign?
The son.
Okay.
They gonna kill him, or
They gonna kill my boy.
that my boy right there. They gonna kill him.
The pole bearer
Also wondering whether or not he did it, but probably not. But maybe.
No, of course not. Surely.
But definitely, of course not.
The pole bearer will adjust his grip on his axe and approach the end of the hall. He'll open a locked wooden door, and inside you see the vaulted chamber of the cistern. He then lights a torch, and you're able to see 10 feet below you in the recessed floor is your son. He looks miserable. His long hair is tangled and wet. His forehead is covered in dried blood. His expression is vacant. His arms are scraped. His knuckles are bloodied. His clothes are soiled and stick to his skin. You hardly even recognize him. But before you can speak or even really process what's going on, the pole bearer will say, "Is this your son?"
Eric's, I don't know the law. I'd assume there's like a massive, if I lie here, it's Jover for me.
Well,
right?
if you lie here, then if you later say, wait, I made a mistake, he is my son, that would, it would kind of cuck him, because, like, okay, so I guess we do have to get a little bit into the legal thing now. The way that trials work in here in Zuri is that if you confirm that this is your son, then he'll probably be kept here, because whatever determination was made to put him in the cistern, that probably isn't going to change just by him being a member of the Plains faction. Then you are going to probably go home. At that point, you'll want to hire a lawyer, and you'll have a preliminary trial with the Archon probably tomorrow or the day after, very soon. And at that point, all the evidence will be laid out, what he's being accused of, who the witnesses are, like everything related to that. You'll also meet the prosecutor hired by the city of Zuri. At that point, then you can discuss maybe, like, my son can get let out. If you here say, this is not my son, you have no involvement in any of that process. They'll just never talk to you again, and they'll continue to prosecute him as like a John Doe.
Okay, yeah. Yes, that's my my son.
Tritnos will look up, and his eyes are a bit puffy and red. And then when he sees you, you'll see his face starts to like crumple a little bit, and he looks like he's gonna cry, but then he'll look away. And the pole bearer will say, "All right. Tomorrow is your preliminary trial. It'll be held in the Hall of Justice just after noon." And then he'll guide you out of the cistern. And he'll guide you down the steps of the Hall of Justice. And before he dismisses you, he'll say, "Do you fully understand what you need to do?"
No, please go over it.
You need to gather together anyone that you think you'll need as a character witness to your son. You'll need to gather a lawyer. If you wish to represent your son, you can do that on your own behalf or have him do it for you. Then tomorrow, you'll meet before the Archon. That's all you need to do right now.
What time tomorrow?
Just after noon.
Alrighty, thank you.
Good luck getting home.
Yes.
And the pole bearer will go about his business.
Alrighty, let's go get a lawyer.
Yeah, so you return home back to your state. By the time you get there, it's about 11, so the party has wound down a lot. Most people who don't want to spend the night here have left. So Akbanax, Midian, a couple others are still around because, you have a big enough house. You've decided to put up a decent chunk of people at your estate. And as you walk up the steps to your house. You see that the party is still going on. You can see your niece with a member of Clan Atheus out on one of the steps leading up to the house talking. You can see Akbanax and Achilles and Democritus are off at a little table having a conversation. You can see Midion is with his wife and his son. And everyone seems to be having pretty good vibes at the moment. And do you harsh the vibes? Do you inform them what's happened, or do you just make your way past them and go speak to your immediate family?
I'm gonna pull Akbanax off to the side because he's a character witness.
Sure. Yeah, you pull Akbanax away from his student and Democritus into the shadow of one of the pillars here on the patio.
How long has it been since you've seen Tritnos?
Akbanax.
Oh man.
It's so Jover Akbanax.
You're muted. Benjamin.
It's so Jober.
Oh my god, sorry, Discord would not unminimize. I could not get to the mute button. I'm so sorry. I heard all of that. Yeah, I was trying to say, well, what is it this time? You need my opinion again?
He's gotten himself into trouble.
What do you mean?
He's being accused of murder.
What?
I don't know.
Who did he murder?
I was not told anything. I figured it best to.
My god.
But he will go before the Archon tomorrow, and he needs character witnesses, and seeing as you worked with him for I don't know how long, I was looking that you might
Yes, yeah, certainly. I'd be happy to speak on behalf of one of my students.
yes.
But just between you and me, did he do it?
I doubt it.
Doubt it. Okay. If you wouldn't mind figuring out who it is that died, that would mean a lot. It would make my job easier.
Yes, I was a little in shock. I forgot to ask.
Yeah, that would allow me to give a more truthful testimony.
I should go speak to my family.
All right. Best of luck, and I'm sorry to hear this.
Thank you.
So, Oddnose, you got a lot of people to talk to. Because of this function, almost your entire immediate family is here, as well as your uncle, your great uncle, your cousin, your aunt, just tons of people of the Chow Maleros family. So rather than go through all of them, the general reaction you will get is kind of similar to what you had, which is surely he didn't do it, but there's an undercurrent of fuck, maybe he did. He kind of fucked up, but he's still a member of the family, so we got to support him. But goddamn, he's done bad stuff in the past. And as for a lawyer, you will receive a recommendation from Marinos. He used this lawyer to get off on a very similar charge about 20 years ago when he stabbed Strabo to death. So he recommends that you use this
Got
lawyer.
that OJ team, yeah.
Yeah, though to be fair, that case was dismissed by the incoming Archon because they said that killing a tyrant is no murder at all. But still, the lawyer did a pretty good job of delaying the case long enough that a new Archon could be put in power and then dismiss the case. So, yeah, so that front's taken care of. Unless you would like to represent your son. I will warn you, if you do that, that will be the next 2.5 hours of the session. But
we're gonna let the lawyer handle that.
Alrighty, then. This applies to all three of you. Is there anything else you'd like to do tonight at the party? This is probably the biggest gathering of NPCs we'll have this session. Almost everyone you've met over the course of the campaign is here. So, any conversation we'd like to have before we disperse?
No, I'm gonna spend all my remaining time on ghosts.
Alrighty, sounds good.
What about that other student of Akbanax's? Could he be a character witness? I'll ask Akbanax.
Oh, funny enough, for today I would have said no, but certainly facts of he shows up to class and simple things like that. But I don't know how well they would know each other. He's worth talking to though. I'd call him a credible witness.
Yes. Would you mind coming with me?
Sure.
Yeah, you guys walk over to Achilles. He's sitting at a table. Democritus has wandered away, and when he sees you, Odnos, he'll stand up and give a slight bow.
I'll give a bow back.
Hello.
I don't.
Hello, you're Achilles, as I understand.
Yes, Achilles of Hago.
Achilles, it's nice to meet you.
You've been to Hago, right?
Yes.
What did you think of it there?
It was a while ago. Eric's, they're like the west of military state, right?
West of Piave, east of Malgatha.
Yeah. They're the 100 tyrants, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't particularly my thing, but they have things going for them.
I've never been.
You should go sometime. It's good.
That sounds horrible.
I don't think he should. I think they'd arrest him.
Oh, what for?
A good hostage.
Wow. Yeah, see, that's I don't really want that kind of company anyways.
Anyways, tell us, you knew Tritnos, did you not? Your fellow student?
Never outside of class.
But you knew him some.
I suppose so.
What did you think of him?
Is he related to you?
He's my son, but I'd prefer you be honest.
He never seemed particularly interested in, well, I think he wanted to put on a front of not learning, but had an interest in bettering his position, though I do think he had a...
Isn't that what you do?
Not at all.
Okay.
I'm deeply uninterested.
Ah.
But I suppose that he also had a number of crippling drug habits. That much was obvious. I didn't have to know him well to know that.
What kind of drugs?
Fire moss was a regular. I believe once... I can't prove it was Hellflake, but he was having a delusion that there were bugs beneath his skin. He was also intoxicated very frequently with alcohol. The usual.
Thank you.
He nods.
Can't imagine that'll play well in court.
No. No, it won't. No, Your Honor, my psychotic son that has multiple drug addictions would never kill anyone. Okay. Anything else to do tonight, or?
Ghost hunting.
That'll be a later event.
Ghost hunting.
Luckily, there'll be a lot of dead time during the trial because, there's a timeline for these things. So,
dead time. That's what ghosts are on.
Classic. I think we can skip to tomorrow.
Yo.
Tomorrow.
Boom.
Odnos, you, Okbadax, your immediate family, your lawyer will all make your way to the palace Hall of Justice on the Agora of Zuri. You have a time slot because they deal with a lot of cases each day. In Zuri, a trial is legally not allowed to go longer than 1 day. It is very time constrained, even for like high crimes. So it's a very busy building. Hundreds of people going in and out. Like juries in Zuri consist of around 200 people, and they basically make the final decision. The role of the judge is only to be an arbiter of like keeping it civil and stuff like that. So hundreds of people are going in and out of this building until around noon. One of the pole bearers emerges, and when he sees, your little party assembled on the steps, he'll wave you forward. And you go past a cloth partition into the large central chamber of the Hall of Justice. When not presiding over cases, this is where personal meetings can be had with the Archon, but in this instance, the Archon is seated on the throne of justice. It's all very kingly imagery, but you don't stop to really think about that now. You're more focused on the person in the center of the room, which is your son. He has not been cleaned up since he was in the cistern, so he still looks wretched, and he smells horrible. That cistern was clearly a bit moldy because it's transferred to him now. He is kept in a central area, separated from both you, as his character witnesses, and also separated from the prosecutor. No jury is here because that's not what this is about. This is just establishing the basic facts. You can see, you recognize the head lawyer of the prosecution, not because he's a famous lawyer or anything, but because he's a former politician. His name is Paranos, and he was formerly an Archon. He is also a very close friend to the currently sitting Archon, because they're a part of the same political faction. And so the prosecutor will stand up once you guys all enter, and he'll say, well, Archon, now that we have the family of the accused assembled, I believe that we can begin with the facts of the case. And the Archon will nod. And the Archon will look towards your lawyer and explain basically, like, you have access to the same information that the prosecution does. It's a bunch of procedural shit, but since you have a lawyer, we don't need to really go over any of that. I'm going to summarize the case because it is a bit long. But basically, there are 4 key witnesses, Tritnos being one of them, because the night that he was arrested in the cistern, he gave a statement, which was recorded. So,
dude,
there
grab
are
snitches.
From these 4 witnesses, and we can go over them more specifically if you'd like, but generally the story is this. Tritnos left his apartment shortly after sundown. He wanted to get some alcohol, so he went to an alehouse down the street, and he got a couple of drinks and got in an argument with some person that at the time he didn't even know the name of. The person thought he cut him off in line. Tritnos didn't think he did that, and the argument was diffused. One of the guy's friends dragged him away, and Tritnos kind of wrote it off. He was drunk, not a big deal. Then Tritnos sat down. He met a young woman. They struck up a conversation, and he didn't like the vibe in the bar, and so they went somewhere else. So him and this woman went to the Brass Ring, which is another bar. He bet on a couple of fighting matches, which are legal in the city. He got a couple of drinks, and thinking that things were going well with the woman he was speaking to, he left the bar again with the intention of going back to his apartment. So he was going down the street, and he was standing on a curb, and then he saw that guy from the previous bar. The guy was looking pretty alone and depressed, just like sitting on the sidewalk, like head in his hands. And so Tritnos said, "Did your friends leave you?" The guy got very mad. He stood up. He started walking over to Tritnos. Tritnos claims that he stuck his arm out. They started grappling a little bit, and then he pushed the guy back. The guy tripped backwards, cracked his head, and then Tritnos walked away. He didn't even know the guy was dead until a pole bearer later found him at a different pub drinking with the woman he was with.
Okay. I didn't know that being based and cool and fucking was illegal.
yeah.
So that is Tritnos' version of events. The version of events of Periors, which is the victim's name, his friends give us a very different account. So they went out drinking. They went to a bar, and a guy very clearly cut them in line. Like, he literally pushed one of them out of the way to get to the bar and order something. And he looked at them with this, like, very superior expression and tried to toss money at them to, like, resolve the situation, which pissed Perior off significantly more than if he had just got in line. And that led to an argument, but they're like, hey, this isn't worth it. So they pulled Perior away. And throughout the evening, as they went to different bars and they celebrated, Perior just kept stewing. Like, he kept getting more and more pissed off. And eventually, they found Perior not moving in the street and just laying there. and he was already dead. So they didn't witness the encounter. They just tell of Tritnos being significantly more of an asshole. And the final witness was the woman who was with Tritnos, who was also very temporarily put in the cistern, but she was released almost immediately because no one was accusing her of wrongdoing. The story that she gives is that Tritnos was basically, like, when they were on the street after the second bar, Tritnos was basically openly mocking the guy that was sitting by himself, being like, hey, are you alone? Like, kind of like laughing at him. And the guy was super drunk, like incredibly drunk. And yet Tritnos continued to, berate him until the guy got up and started to walk over. And then Tritnos' full, like, body pushed a drunk person who then fell backwards and hit their head on the curb and died. So those are the facts of the case that are presented. Do you have any questions about that?
So the 4 witnesses are Tritnos, the woman, and the two friends.
Yeah. Then the character witnesses come out. So on your side, you get to pull up yourself, your family members. We don't really need to go through too much because my guess is you're just going to glaze him and be like, he was a lovely boy and he always cared about his family and he was trying to get an education and that type of stuff.
Glaze him.
Follow whatever the lawyer said to say.
Yeah, he basically just says only say positive things but don't lie. That's the version you get. So it's pretty easy. Like, we don't need to go over it too much. Because also, this is not like your goal is not to attack the other person's credibility. This preliminary hearing is just to establish like basic facts. Then the prosecution brings up their character witnesses, which are the father and the mother of Perior, the deceased. The father, describes that his son was going to follow him into artisanry. He was going to be a carpenter alongside him, that the guildsman community is shocked by this, horrible thing that just took place, and that there's going to be a hole left in all of their hearts. And then his mother goes forward and talks about, how incredibly like kind and loving her son was, and then she starts crying, and then the prosecutor will, bring her away. And at the end of all that, the Archon will, make his determination, which is that a trial will be held in 3 weeks on August 31st. It will last for 1 day. They will go for the maximum jury size of 501. And up to that, the 2 lawyers should work together to make sure that everyone is sharing the same common material facts, and that witnesses should be submitted 1 day before the trial. And with that, the Archon, hits his hammer, and it's done. The preliminary hearing takes no more than about 2 hours. And the trial itself will probably take about a full day. And Tritnos is going to remain under arrest in the cistern, though they will begin to take efforts to make him look presentable, because it's not really fair for him to be like rotting for 3 weeks.
Is he allowed visitation?
No.
Not even by the lawyer?
No, not really. If you can talk to him as if he is a witness of the crime, but you cannot have like a personal visitation hour. So like if you need to gather his version of events or something like that, then you can do that. But like his dad can't visit him and be like, hey, how you doing, boy? Like that is not allowed.
Okay.
So your party, Oddnos, are led out to the steps of the Hall of Justice, and there's about 7 of you, because it's Akbenax, you, immediate family. Your other son is there, Luznos. And the lawyer will say to you, Oddnos, well, it's not looking great, but there are avenues that we can take. I would strongly encourage you to start thinking about pleading for an alternative sentence in the event that your son is determined to be guilty. Not that he is, but just if the court determines it, the jury specifically. As the defense, we have the option to present the jury with an alternative punishment. The prosecution will certainly present them with the option of death. But if we could present them something that's appealing, like banishment or penal labor or debt slavery, that could save his life. You don't have to answer now. It's just something to think about over the next couple of weeks.
Is that something we would need to do after he is determined to be guilty? You said?
Correct. After the jury determines that he is guilty, which they will do immediately following the trial, we will be given an hour to make our case for what the penalty for the crime should be. The prosecution will go for death, I'm quite certain, in this instance.
And how would we go about making another case? Is there anything we need to prepare for?
We'd be directly appealing to the jury. saying that while the crime was committed, it's not severe enough for murder. Killing,
Yes.
basically. That state killing is not the path to go, and that there's some alternative that will make him pay for his crimes. But again, that's assuming he's determined guilty, and I'm not quite convinced of that. Currently, the witnesses we have are 2 drunk men and a prostitute, so...
Is there anything, or what do we need to do in the meantime?
I assume you can afford to hire a wizard to cast Stone of Truth, or a cleric to cast Stone of Truth.
Eric's, can we?
Yeah. As a family, as the Chalmaleros clan, you can. It's not cheap. Like, if we were tracking the money factor of your family, this would be a substantial cost, but since we're not really tracking your personal wealth, yeah, you can certainly pay for it.
I also just got the family a massive bag.
Correct, yeah, from Arizor, yeah. Yeah, you can, well, actually, I think that a single Zone of Truth scroll will cost the entire bribe that you receive from Arizor, because I think he gave you 300 gold.
He gave me like a 1.5 million.
Oh, never mind. Then he won't even, yeah, there will be plenty left. But yeah, you can afford a Zone of Truth scroll.
All right. Do we want to afford a Zone of Truth scroll?
Your lawyer will nod very aggressively. The main reason why we want to do that is because the specific crime they're charging him with, murder, requires that he had malice intent. Now, I could be wrong, but your son looked as if he'd been crying and looked rather beat up about the situation. Now, I will talk to him in the cistern prior to this, and I will ask him if he did have the intent to kill, but if we can argue before a jury that there was no intent to kill, we could plead down to a lesser charge. Now, death would still be on the table in the event that he's determined to be guilty, but it would be better than getting charged with murder. The intent is a critical element.
Is there any thing we need to do with regards to the actual crime itself? We're sure it's the head hitting the pavement that killed him, not something else.
I will pursue every avenue possible, but my guess is that since all 4 people, including Tritnos himself, attested to the fact that he was pushed back and then he was found in that same street by his acquaintances, that does seem to be the case. But I'll go through the due diligence. I'll hire a physician. We'll have the body inspected. We'll make sure that there was ever actually evidence of him touching him. We'll look for people who were on the street at the time. We'll go down every single route possible, and I'll keep you apprised of the situation.
Excellent.
And the lawyer will go off, so 2 members of your group will go with him, leaving just you, your immediate family, and Akbanax. And after that hearing, the vibes in your family, they don't need to say it. You can tell the vibes have gone from, yeah, he's probably innocent, but he fucks up sometimes, to like, oh man, that does sound a lot like Tridnos. Like, even the look on your other son's face, Iluznos, he's like cringing, like in the way of like, oh fuck, like I'm pretty sure he did that. Like, it seems way too in character to like fuck up and be a bit too forceful in a situation where it's not appropriate. Like, but there's nothing you can do right now on this front. You have 3 weeks until the trial. Little details will get hammered out before then, but since you've chosen to put your trust in the lawyer, he'll deal with hiring speechwriters. Because the jury makes all the decisions, this is where like the philosophy of rhetoric is actually critical, because it's not just like a philosophy anymore. It's not even just politics anymore. It's like, is my son going to get fucking killed? The answer is I need to hire people who have the best rhetoric in the city. So this is one of the ways that people like Akbanax can actually make a living. Now, he personally doesn't do this, but there are other philosophers, or specifically sophists, who will take huge sums of money to like give these really persuasive speeches in courtrooms to try to get people off on charges that they otherwise should definitely get convicted of. Because you just need to convince half the jury. It's just
that's something that I would be willing to do. I just don't take money for it. But if it's a just cause, then I would do it.
Yeah, I mean, if you consult with the other speechwriters and the lawyer and the like, yeah.
Now, this would take away time from your ghost.
Yeah, never mind. I'm not doing it.
That's crazy.
Well, the thing is that it sounds like the kid essentially did it.
It does sound that way, doesn't it?
Listen. Do your ghost thing, you bastard.
now we've
I'm
been
just saying. I'm just saying. You're gonna be glad that I figured out ghosts after your son starts getting haunted.
Oh my god. Now, we've been pretty rigid with the timescale, but we're going to zoom out and go a bit more casual with it now.
Your Honor, I'd like to call the ghost of
Perior to the stand. You know what's fucked? Like, technically, if Zuri didn't have a big taboo around necromancy, you could do that. Like, you could literally bring his body like to the courtroom and speak with the dead, but they don't fuck with necromancy for real.
Well, also, I bet that guy would say, "I hate you, die."
Yeah, you killed me, motherfucker. Okay.
Jury of 501 people is also crazy.
Yeah, do you know why it's not a flat 500?
In case there's a tie.
Yeah, in case there's a tie. Alrighty. So so we're gonna zoom out the timescale a little bit more. Jackson, I'm gonna give you a handout to read. This is gonna take a little bit, so we're gonna cut to someone else, but I'm gonna give you some time to read this. It is in handouts. Race to office. Do you see it?
What?
There's a folder called handouts. There's a subfolder called race to office, and there's a thing called letter from Arizor.
Letter from Arizor. Let's see. Oh, okay.
All right,
I
I'm
know
gonna let
who
you read that.
Arizor is.
Yeah.
Where is it? I don't see it.
Oh, I'm just gonna put it in the characters folder next to Oddnose's thing. Do you see it now?
Hold on.
Should be in
letter
the same...
from Arizor.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. All right. Now, Ben, since he's doing that, I'm gonna cut you loose. It's ghost time.
Hell yeah!
Ghost time.
Like the humanities up, wow, yeah.
No! Do not do the freestyle. No.
Sorry, that's how excited I get when I hear about ghosts.
Yeah, so true. So, what are we doing?
I would like. Okay, this is like maybe a crazy connection for me to have, so you can just say it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if I have any clerics who owe me a favor.
You're an Aurelian Soul guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would.
Okay, then I would like to go speak to my friendly neighborhood cleric.
Yeah, let me pull up because there's a specific there's a specific Aurelian Soul cleric in the city who is quite popular.
Good.
Let me go find him. Alrighty. Here he is. Okay. He is Mythdosion, but he has adopted a Dellian name when he moved to the League. His name is Procnax. He runs the only chapel of Aurelian Soul in the city. There are smaller shrines, but he's the only, what you would call it, an archimandrite within the Aurelian Soul faith, basically a bishop. And yeah, you can head to the chapel. You can wait through lines of parishioners because they have quite frequent services. And eventually, you can find yourself before the great ceremonial bonfire with offerings burning up and smoke traveling up through the atrium to the heavens. And beside you, the golden eyes glowing of Procnax.
Good. I will walk up. Procnax, do you have a moment?
I do.
I've come to ask a favor, essentially.
Right.
And I'm really hoping that you'll help me here because I think we could do quite a bit of good. You see, this a friend of mine, he fought in a war and is now haunted by the ghosts of people that died around him in that war, both comrades that died alongside him and men he killed. I'm not certain if it's a ghost or a demon or what have you. I'm no demonologist, but it's certainly not hallucination. These are very real beings. And I was wondering if you could consecrate him or something.
I could certainly bless him. Is he a member of the flock?
Don't think I asked. I'm sure we could bring him in.
All right. Well,
Especially if we got rid of the ghosts.
I know of 3 ways of removing something like this. One is simple. We could do it for free. The other 2 have costly materials associated with them. Would he be capable of paying for something like that?
Likely not, but I wish to help him. What kind of materials are we speaking of?
For one of them, we'd require a barrel of holy water, which in turn can be made by me as well, but that would cost several days of time. And obviously, I need to attend to the chapel here, so I cannot be spending 5 days creating holy water, so it'd have to be purchased on the open market. And I believe a barrel, that should cost around 500 pence, something in the realm of that.
I could get that.
All right. And the most expensive option would cost around 100 gold.
100 gold? Alex,
Yes.
What is that in money factor?
That actually falls well within your current money factor. Unfortunately, this is not a campaign-related thing, so you can't use the money
Come
factor.
on! Oh, wait, I don't even know if I have 500 pence then.
You do literally live on food stamps.
Yeah.
Government assistance.
Yeah.
Luckily,
I'll
you have
ask
all those
around.
students
I'll
of
get
yours.
the money. Yeah. Yeah. I have wealthy students, right? I have someone who could give me 500 pence probably.
Of course, man.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm pretty sure half of your students are like basically
Yeah.
noblemen of various stripes.
Yeah. Okay.
It's because those are the only bozos who have time to sit around. And
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, if I brought him back here tomorrow with either 500 pence or 100 gold, you would be able to help
attempt
him.
all 3 of them.
Oh, good. Well, I'll see what kind of coin I can muster, and then bring him tomorrow, and then we can cure him of these issues.
That sounds all right to me.
All right. And then I would like to go host a class.
As you start to walk off, he says, well, before you leave,
Oh.
you haven't sent many prayers to the Emperor lately. Has anything been troubling you?
Oh. I suppose that would be worth talking about.
He'll hand you over a slip of paper and an ink pen with which to write.
Yeah. I will write something on the little piece of paper, and it is private.
Okay. Then you toss it into the flames. It burns up into like a grayish smoke and travels up into the sky through the atrium, out a little opening. The Archimandrite watches as it goes away. Well,
Very good.
I hope that you feel his grace.
As always.
And yeah, you go back to your courtyard. Today, because you left a bit early in the morning to try to catch Procnax right after his morning service. So this is around 9 a.m. as you return. You find that your class is truly a creature. It like shrinks and grows in size with the passing of time. Today, Achilles is there. Priamnos is not there. Eluzor is not there. Trindos is not there. Charnax, who has been gone for some weeks, she's returned. I think she's been gone for like 3 months, actually. She's been gone for a while, but she's back. So it's just 2 people now.
Oh, but she's not rich, is she?
Her father is a priest, so actually she's very rich.
Oh,
Because they don't pay taxes.
Nice.
Yeah. Her father's a priest of the Hellion Pantheon.
All
But
right,
yeah,
and
she
she kind
has
of
a-
resents them.
Yeah, she has a shaved head and a plain brown robe. She went to Luca. That's where she was for the last 3 months. She said she was going to go gather some information.
Okay.
And as you enter the courtyard, she'll, hop to her feet. Achilles will kind of lazily linger near your doorway
back.
with some fresh tea. Yes.
Fine.
It's good to
Tell
be
me of your
back.
travels.
Well, and she'll walk over to the entrance where she just kind of unconsciously takes one of the cups of teas from Achilles and you take the other one, leaving the plate empty. And she'll say, well, I just think that there in Luca, they were open-minded, more so than I thought they'd be. When you think of going to a holy city and confronting its priests on their theology, I thought I'd get more pushback. But honestly, all of it at the end of the day came down to divine command. There was little else. I tried to bring up problems of interpretation of divine command, and they always appealed to personal revelation. I tried to bring up problems with perhaps God tomorrow deems that it's okay for men to kill their neighbor. And they said, yes, if God said it, it would be okay. It's an intractable line of thinking. It's irrational.
Well, the nice thing about irrationality is that it's at least consistent.
I suppose. I also heard a name. Some of them in that city, the priests nicknamed themselves slaves of Rais, or slaves of whatever god they've dedicated their service to. It really puts on to the nose their unwavering fealty.
Yes. That's, fascinating.
But I was excited to see you, because here in Zuri, there's been something exciting happening.
Oh, yes? What's that?
I know that, well, your attendance seems lower than usual, so maybe none of the other students told you about it. There's a new philosopher here up on the Agora. He calls himself Deuce, and he's taking all challengers on the topic of free will.
Oh.
He's already debated Chalmiansis and 2 others, and both have been left stumped.
Really?
Yes.
Well, what's his stance? That's
it doesn't
so
exist.
Controversial. He doesn't believe in the existence of free will.
No.
Well, let's go find him.
She nods, and Achilles will just sort of trail behind the 2 of you. And as you're, walking your way up to the Agora, she'll say, "But it seemed like you were going to say something. How have you been in my absence?"
Oh, busy. We're still working on our political escapades.
Oh, have they gotten elected? Oh, I suppose it's not the election yet. Did you win the Prolly election then?
Yes, we are still going along strongly. We expect to win. Quite confident. But it's a lot of work.
So. And what about this candidate? Is he a blistering wit?
He's certainly what the city needs. He understands the gravity and magnitude of war and the value that can come from one fought for the right reasons.
You really have been infected by politicians.
Well, I have to be careful what I say when I'm outside of my courtyard.
I suppose you are a public figure, though no one on this street seems to recognize that.
Well, you don't have to be rude. They might just be quiet.
And as you continue to walk up the steps, she'll talk a bit more about the Hellion Pantheon. She'll continue to probe endlessly into the Aurelian Soul Pantheon. Some of this shit, you just don't, there's an answer for it within the theology of the Aurelian Soul faith. It's
but I'm just not a theologian.
Yeah, she's just so laser focused on theology that it's just, you don't know the answer to some of these things. What does it mean that, Aurelian Soul owns all of mankind? What does that mean? Or what is Aurelian Soul saving us from? Because that's what it said when people die, they go on to the Tranquiline Halls and he protects them from the Hounds of Oblivion. Why the fuck do the Hounds of Oblivion exist if Aurelian Soul is this omniscient, omnipotent, benevolent God? It's just, there's a lot of very weird, mostly cosmological questions. You're I don't know the answer to these things. And eventually...
And I don't even, really know the canonical answer.
For some of... So, for the Hounds of Oblivion thing, you do know the canonical answer, which is that it is a punishment for those who do not embrace Aurelian Soul in their heart, which is a pretty brutal answer, but that's what they say. If you don't worship him...
I mean, I'll own that one. It kind of fits with...
Yeah, for sure. But for other ones, mostly things related to, Aurelian Soul is seen to be the god of the sun, in some respects, he literally is the sun, or literally is fire. And she has some questions about why is if Aurelian Soul literally is fire, which some creeds say he is, then why are you using fire in a mundane fashion, in a forge or something like that? And you're that's kind of weird. But there is definitely an answer for this. You just have never thought about that particular question before. But yeah, you make your way up to the Agora, and sure enough, you find a guy. He is sitting in the center of a square on a bench. Currently, he is speaking with one other person. This philosopher looks basically like all the other ones. He's a man in his middle age, kind of graying hair. His physique is unimpressive, unlike yours. And he's speaking to a younger man beside him. And as you join the sort of circle around and listening to the conversation, at least the ending bits of it, the core contention of this philosopher, who calls himself Deus, meaning laborer or common man, something like that. His core claim is you can do what you will, but you can't will what you will. And eventually the young man speaking to him doesn't really know how to continue, and the young man will stand up and walk away, and Deus will recline on the bench, looking not even really self-satisfied, just waiting.
I will push through the crowd and walk in and kind of strike a pose confidently.
Okay. Well, you do that, and the little crowd looks over to you, and Deuce will say, "Hello."
Hello? Who are you? I haven't seen you around this town before.
You can call me Deuce.
Deuce?
Deuce.
I'm Akpanax, a well-known philosopher of the area.
That elicits a single chuckle from the crowd. It is Charnax.
I am serious. I'm a real philosopher.
Everyone else seems to agree to
will
that
respect me.
statement.
This city will respect me.
She's the only one laughing. Everyone else is like, yeah, we kind of know of him. But she's just like, oh, he thinks he's special. But yeah, Deuce will nod and say, well, then if you are a learned man, I assume you agree on the supposition that there is no such thing as free will.
Well, I'm inclined to say no, but before I debate you on it, I'd like to specifically define what we mean by free will and exist.
Well, on free will, the common understanding of it seems to be that you are the ultimate actor. You can control what you do, and ultimately, at any moment, you can, at a whim, change what you do. That you have agency over it in a way that does not come from an external thing or something beyond yourself.
Certainly, I could agree. I'll take that definition.
As for exist, perhaps something material.
Well, my ability is non-material. It's not, you can't hold an ability. So, in that respect, I would agree. Free will does not exist, and that it is not material that I can hold. It is a process. The river moving is not something you can hold, while the water may be. My actions are maybe material, but the choice over them is immaterial.
Perhaps we can broaden it then, for I agree. I think, for example, everyone here would agree that there is a realm of the gods that exists beyond us, but I would say that is material. We simply cannot perceive it. So I believe that your wit, your intelligence does exist. It's simply inaccessible to us since we do not have access to that world. So we can broaden it and say all that is contained within the universe.
All right. And you believe that free will is not to be found anywhere in the universe?
Correct.
Not even by the gods?
Almost especially the gods.
Well, Alex, do we like burn heretics and stuff?
Not here in Zuri.
Damn it. Okay.
Most other places, yes, but not here in Zuri.
Yeah. Wow. Zuri is a beautiful place where you can really say something like that, can't you?
He nods.
Well, I appreciate your willingness to be intellectually rebellious, but unfortunately, I think you found yourself sorely mistaken. Free will is... you wouldn't be able to make such an argument if your claim were true.
And why is that?
Well, I suppose I don't know much about your counter, but I think the whole thing seems pretty simple. You have a belief, you want people to agree with that belief, and so you choose to share it. You choose to take actions to convince people of this idea you hold. You're choosing to be here in front of me now, and you could choose something else, the same way that I'm choosing to speak with you.
And why do I want it?
Probably to look smart or garner attention from the town. I kind of gesture around to the circle near me.
Agreed. And why
I don't know.
That?
Why do you want it? And why do you want that?
Yes.
Well, for some kind of power or clout or whatever insecurity you have that this satisfies. It gives you some kind of value.
Perhaps. And why that?
Oh, I see your game. A terminal reason. You like things that give you value, and so you act for things that give you value.
Agreed.
Makes sense.
And why do we do that?
To gain that value.
I'll put this in. I agree. You're right. There is a terminal reason. The question is that terminal reason within ourselves? Is it something external? Or is it something beyond us, such as the gods? And even if it were to be the gods, then in that case, we would have no free will. Let us operate within, I assume you are religious, of which faith?
Aurelian soul.
let us say we operate within the Aurelian Soul Faith. I believe, now, you feel free to correct me, I'm no expert on it at all, but Aurelian Soul created the universe, correct?
Correct.
And you believe that all that exists within this world ultimately terminates with him. He is the ultimate actor.
Yes.
So, if you track down the various whys of why you do things, why do you breathe, you could say it's a thing that your body simply does. At that point, that is not free will, it is something you have no control over. Why do you choose to eat? That seems like a choice. Well, if we track this down, it seems to stem from, in your faith, something that your God wishes you to do. But that is now something beyond yourself. That is a will, a why, that is not contained within you. It is no longer free will.
What you misunderstand is that Aurelian Soul is a perfect being, one that would only want to provide a good world. But he understands that we must be tested. You see, if every person was only taking actions that Aurelian Soul wanted, then the hounds would starve. There would be no bad men. Your idea that every action is chosen by Aurelian Soul is simply disproven by the common brigand, let alone wars.
Let's explore the common brigand.
Shouldn't have said wars. Pillaging, I mean.
The common brigand goes on the road. He stabs men, takes his coin, takes his food, and goes off. Why did he do that? And, of course, we are in the realm of speculation.
Greed.
Greed,
for example.
Sure. He wishes to have more wealth for himself. And why does he want that?
See, I know you're going with this. You're going to play the same game you did a moment ago. I think that what you don't understand is that it is in moments of meditation where we can choose what we want. We can choose what we find value in, and that influences our further actions. And that...
Can you choose that?
Yes.
You're a man of learning. That means I assume you read?
Of course.
Why do you want to read? Some people find it an agonizing activity, incredibly boring.
Because I have chosen that knowledge is of value to me and is a terminal goal of mine. I have agency over what my terminal goals are.
Could you choose to make knowledge worthless to you?
Yes.
Could you choose to make food worthless to you?
Food, likely not. I will grant you that I think that there are some goals that are terminal to everybody, but I don't need to prove to you that nothing is unchosen. My claim only requires that I prove that there is at least one thing that is chosen to say that free will exists, as you've been bold enough to make the maximal claim that it exists nowhere.
Fair enough. So, we both agree, though, that anything that ultimately terminates in biological necessity is not a real choice.
I didn't go and say that. I guess I would have a hard time finding a counterexample of a biological necessity that is not... You do not have a choice over whether or not it provides you terminal value. I suppose I could say that.
All right. So, now we can move on to something else. Now, I'm sure you're familiar with the refrain of poets and songwriters and writers who say that they simply must do the thing. They simply must write. They simply must sing. It seems to be within them. And I think that within the Aurelian Soul Faith, you say this is divinely inspired. Aurelian Soul grants them the ability to make these beauteous works of art that they seem to have no control over, like it's something beyond themselves. Are you saying that these people could simply wish to not be them? They could get rid of their desire in their heart to do this thing?
No, I think that if it is divinely inspired, that would fall in the category alongside of needing to eat or relieve yourself. That is not one of the chosen terminal values.
All right, so we can discard with these. Now, there are matters that are close to biological necessity, but somewhat different. Those being love. Can you choose who you love?
Certainly.
Really?
Yes.
You've never found your heart aflutter regardless of what you think in your mind?
Temporarily, and then you meditate and choose whether or not you wish to continue loving them.
I find that a very inhuman experience. I'm not sure if anyone else here can empathize with that.
I look around the crowd for other autists.
You got a couple in there.
Yeah. Some of my homies know what I'm talking about.
you got a couple in the crowd, but most people are like, yeah, I don't think I can control that.
Come on, guys.
You got a couple homies, represent.
Perhaps a more controversial stance for me to take. I'll grant you that one and find another hill to argue on, although I do maintain my correctness on that.
Well, perhaps for you, but for the majority of people, we can say that we can discard that topic.
Well, so, I am not... See, again, though, I don't need to prove something for the majority of people. If I can even prove that I or you have made a single free choice ever, then I will have proven you wrong.
Well, then, have you ever fallen in love with someone?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
That, I believe, in the moment of falling in love, I would say that was unchosen. I will grant you that.
All right. Now,
and then I went home and decided it would be bad for me.
You could, yes, exactly. You could say you chose not to pursue this path, but why did you even think to do that?
Why did I think to do that? Because I'm a rational man who thinks about my choices.
And what led you to the path of rationality?
See, I again see the game that you're playing here, and I think you missed something because you also have no. I guess maybe I need to ask about your beliefs.
Yes.
Do you believe that there is a single cause for all of these events? Do you have some god that causes all of these and that you are a total slave to?
No.
Well, then let me ask, why do you stand here and debate me?
Because I find it fun.
Oh, and why do you find it fun?
Because of something external to myself.
Like?
I believe it's something like spirit or soul, but I have no proof for this. This is merely intuition. All that I can prove is that I have controls with it, feelings, urges, desires within myself that I truly have no control over, emotions beyond my own personal thing. Some people in a confrontational situation like this would feel rage or anger or stress. For me, I feel joy. I have no control over that urge, that will, that desire. That is external to me.
Have you ever known a man who drinks too much and eventually quits? Stops drinking entirely? There's a man who had, at any given point, knows that he enjoys drinking, knows that it brings him joy and gives him value. But at one point in his life, he realized that he would have a better life if he were to only change the things that gave him value, change the things that he wanted. And so he chooses to no longer want drink, and it takes time. It is a slow process. See, I think that what you misunderstand, I agree that a number of our small actions day to day are some function of a deeper value, and that there may be a greater illusion of, if I eat a red apple or a green one, may feel like a big choice in the moment, but may have even been predestined by the side of the bed I woke up on. But the fact that I like apples at all, that is a slow changing value that I have agency over a long time. And so for the simple actions, I might even grant you your thesis. I would have to think about it more, but it's quite an interesting one to hear. But over time, we certainly sculpt ourselves as people. And so the kinds of things, those what you're calling external factors, I think most people would agree by intuition alone, are internal things that we can tune and grow and become.
That is an interesting idea, the idea of the passage of time influencing some limited ability to control oneself. But I think there's an illustrative example that can paint how I feel on the subject. Have you ever known a person to suffer from melancholia?
Yes.
They do not wish to be happier. They do not wish to eat. They do not wish to exist. They wish to do nothing. They feel nothing. They feel perhaps sad, but even that's understating it. True melancholia is a void, a darkness beyond all things. But why do they not want to be happy? Well, because they feel melancholia. Why do they feel melancholia? Well, we reach an external factor. And I think that for that situation, it's very illustrative because we cannot access the person's mind and understand why they feel that. And I think that everything here is the same. Why does a drunkard stop drinking? Well, why does he even want to improve in the first place? Why does he pursue pleasure? These are things beyond ourselves. These are intrinsic. These are intuitive. These are things that we have no control over. I wish to eat. I wish to be happy. But why do I even wish to be happy? I didn't choose that. I simply wish that. almost every person alive wishes that, yet we did not make that conscious decision. So that is why I come with my core thesis, which is you can do what you will, but you can't will what you will.
You act here on a strong fallacy that because you are unaware of some cause, that means it doesn't exist. But intuition alone would tell us that it does exist. I tell you, if I went, I'm going to look around the crowd. Is there like a child or a dog or like something that people would
There's
be
certainly a
sympathetic
dog,
towards?
yeah.
Okay. If I went up to that dog and I stomped on its neck, killed it, would you be upset with me?
Certainly.
Yes. And you would think that it's a wrong thing to do. Is that correct?
Morally? Perhaps not.
Really? What if I and then I'm gonna point at a woman in the crowd. What if I killed her?
Oh, quite wrong.
Morally wrong. Okay,
Yes.
good. And you would have me hung for it or something?
Most certainly.
Yes, okay. Now, how could you do that if I had no control over whether or not I was going to do such a thing?
This is an
Does that
interesting
not seem
point.
unfair?
I have been brought this before. It's sort of an assault of nihilism, saying that if there is no free will, why should we do anything? Why should we bother acting in any way and trying to punish someone for something they have no control over? But my answer is that, for me, I do not view justice as a way of punishing some moral wrong. To me, it primarily seems to be a function to improve the future of the society that we exist within, to try to make it so that that action which has just occurred will not happen going forward, whether that be by trying to prevent other people from doing it in the future or preventing that individual person from ever doing it again.
Okay, well, so then I tell you, if I killed a woman,
Yes.
but everybody knew that I was leaving town the next day, you wouldn't bother to punish me because I wasn't going to harm the society around you?
And no one else would ever be encouraged by your action to do a similar act?
Well, I see. All right, well then, if I were to, if a man came through town, and actually, here's perhaps a good case. There's a sick man. Everybody knows him to be dying, and in fact, people are quite confident that on this coming Wednesday he will die. And then this coming Tuesday, he finds an orphanage and burns it down. And everybody sees him do it. He does it quite plainly because he's angry at the world, I suppose.
Yes.
And he's going to die the next day, certainly. And it's an act that is so senseless that nobody would really be inspired by it. There's no point in burning an orphanage, even for some people that are particularly crazy. Would there be no reason to punish him? Because it wasn't up to him in the first place.
Well, if you say that hypothetically, this would cause no damage to the cohesion of the society and that no one would ever emulate this act and it would be a one-off incident, never to be replicated again, and the man would die of natural causes, then yes, I would see no reason for enforcement. And the crowd gasps. Yeah, correct. Gasps. That statement does not go off very well with the crowd for obvious reasons. Intuitionally, that feels very bad.
Yeah. You see, I think that that's clearly wrong, and I think that you know it too. I think that you feel that that can't be right. That if you watched a man burn an orphanage, that you would want to see him hung.
I personally perhaps would feel joy in that, but that is not what justice is. Justice is in making a better society for everyone that lives within it.
That... Wow. So, okay, the crowd must be going crazy, right?
Yeah, these are not... it feels really bad. These are not good feeling... Obviously you'd want to see someone punished for something they did, regardless of like what the moral ethics of that are, so the intuition is going to be very negatively loaded there.
Okay, yeah, I need to find some way to exploit that moral philosophy, that like theory of justice, because that's bonkers. Let me ask. Let's say that there was a problem where your town had a number of one-off murders, right? A man here, a woman there, a child there. And it's different people doing murders, and they get caught and they get hung. But someone comes along and says, I have found a new execution method, some super hanging that will certainly scare off any future murderers. Right? It is an execution so horrifying that everyone in town will see and hear about it, and that no criminal afterwards would ever want to kill somebody.
Yes.
But the problem is that by chance, it's maybe a slow week for murders. So you go down to the pub and find a local drunkard, and choose to draw him up as a murderer, say that he killed somebody, and then hang him in the town. And in fact, that's actually a good thing then, because now we only execute the one man, instead of having a murderer kill someone else and then also have to kill this murderer. And we can prevent whatever murder was going to come next by simply executing the innocent man. You have now done your theory of justice of preventing future crimes. Do you find this morally permissible? It seems to be consistent with your beliefs.
Deuce will start to speak up, and then your own student, Charnax, will emerge from the crowd and say, well, Okbanax, that does sound oddly similar to your theory on war, does it not?
You see, that's actually an interesting point. I, in my theory of war, make it very explicit that I could only do such a thing if that man had done wrong. Right? The war, and now, going to war, you have to start to move between the individual and the state, and that's, I don't really think, part of this debate. But in my theory of war, I only would justify a war against a state that has done wrong and has the propensity to do wrong in the future.
Deuce will listen to all that and say, well, to answer your original question, no.
No, you wouldn't hang him?
No.
Well, why not?
Well, I do not believe in a simple utilitarian calculus. If you do such a thing, a common example given would be, organs in a hospital. In such an instance, a society can never function if the expectation was that men could be taken off the street and hung despite having done no crime. You need rules, rule utilitarianism to function within a system like that. Though, I will say, I do think we've gone quite far off the topic of free will's existence.
Well, I do think that this is important, because right there you've admitted that you have some value that goes deeper than simply what... you're right, we have gotten far off. The point that I intend to make here is that there is a case where you find it wrong to punish somebody, even if it is to... You believe that there's some right and wrong on when you should and should not punish somebody. And if there's a right and wrong on when you should and should not punish somebody, that is because they have some kind of control over their actions. Or else you would be indifferent as to who gets punished because none of them had any control of their choices.
They have control over what they immediately do. They simply don't have control of what they wish to do. They can't will what they will, but they can do what they will.
Wait, sorry. If I have control over what I immediately do, that's a thing that I've chosen freely, and that means
But you have not chosen it freely, though. That's the problem.
Then I don't have control over it. You're mincing your words.
You have... Okay. You read. You read a book.
Yes.
But you don't know why you read the book.
I do. I enjoy it.
Sure, but you don't know why you enjoy it.
I do. It's quite interesting.
But you don't know why it's interesting.
No, it's got lots of facts in it.
And why do you like facts?
All right, fine. Keep going, but I still think that you are missing something there.
Eventually, we can travel along the whys and the whats, and eventually it'll terminate something external or beyond yourself in the form of a god. Thus, we can say that the ultimate actors, those which cause us to do anything, exist beyond ourselves or above ourselves. But that does not mean that at the very end of the day, for a pragmatically functioning society, we still must look at the actions that take place and then deal with them accordingly so that everyone here can live a more productive life going forward.
I simply do not see where you come from that the terminal must be exterior. Why cannot there not be some terminal interior?
I can't think of one.
Well, I can. I'm sorry that you lack the imagination.
Well, then give me this example.
Well, you fail to describe a terminal exterior other than a god. Is that correct? All of the terminal exteriors you have are gods.
Or spirit.
Or spirit. Have you considered that there are people with no gods? And they still take many actions?
Yes, then in their... Again, I gave the god one, for I know that many people in the city are religious, and within their philosophies, I believe
So let's consider someone who is not religious.
Sure. So, for someone such as myself, I would say that it ends in spirit or soul. Something... The word I'm using here is to describe those urges within myself. I have no other term with which to refer them. So call it a spirit, call it a ghost, call it a soul. But there are things which I feel in my body that I don't know why I feel them. I can...
And why do you consider that to be external?
Because, well...
You describe it as inside of your body and yet claim that it's external.
Correct.
What?
Because I do not wish to feel them. No man wishes to feel hopelessly in love with someone who does not reciprocate, and yet they have no choice in the matter. The body simply feels what it feels. If that's not external, I don't know what else is. It's as if you are possessed.
I fear that we use those words quite differently. If it is inside of you, it is certainly not external.
If you would like to say internal, then you may, but it's certainly not housed within the rational thinking part of our brains that we can elucidate the reason as to why, and certainly not control that underlying feeling.
Well, I don't think that you need something to come from the rational part of your brain necessarily to have control. I think that you have control over the other parts of yourself. I think that a dog is not rational but still makes choices the same as you and I.
Oh,
not the same as you and I, but similarly.
Perhaps, but if it does, it certainly has no free will, for it is much like us, controlled by wills beyond ourselves.
I fear that you lack any... You're like these skeptics that are so hard to talk to. You lack any cohesive answer. All you beg is why, I claim nothing, who's to say what's true? When every common person who thinks about it for even a moment knows what's true, and the real philosophy is figuring out why it's true, and all you do is sit here with your hands up high above your head saying, I'm just asking questions. But
well, I suppose that I cannot give you a rational structure of morality that stretches far beyond yourself and can be bulletproof against all future claims. That's not what I claim. All I claim is that if you ask why and what as to why you are doing anything in your entire life, that cause will eventually terminate into something that you cannot directly control.
that is... All right, consider this.
Yeah.
We can cut at any point, by the way.
I think we may have been going a bit long.
Yeah. Don't cut. I need an answer to this. I need
What
a
do you mean
complete
an answer?
ethical and moral philosophy by the end of it.
Okay, so you continue to speak with Deuce atop the Acra.
Isaac, what's your complete ethical philosophy? Please put it in chat.
I think the people watching the VOD need answers here.
Yeah.
You can't just leave this unresolved.
Listen, the campaign thing's cool and all, but we're kind of on something.
Yeah,
Okay,
and by the way, I do
yeah.
have ghosts to get back to.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we
That's why
do.
I was trying to save you time. You got sidetracked.
Yeah, I can't
I'm
believe
worried
you
that we
wrote
don't
this.
have.
Yeah.
I'm worried that you don't have the 2 hours to decide that we need for the ghosts.
Yeah, true. So you continue to talk to Deuce atop the Agora, and many hours later, most likely, you descend from the Agora. The outcome, a stalemate, I would guess. I can't imagine that you'd reach, the end
Right,
of...
but not everyone else lost, right?
Emotionally, I think that Deuce would come off quite badly, but especially related to like justice and things like that. But yeah, yes, and most of them they didn't lose.
So I
they just
got
got
him. I beat him. I beat him.
Oh, I guess yeah. That's
Yeah,
very
let's fucking go. Another W in the books.
very rhetorical of you. But yeah, you and Charnax will descend from the Agora. She's your biggest hater. As you guys are going down, she's clowning on you. But as you guys get closer to the courtyard, she'll say, "So, what other side projects have been taking up your time?"
Well, there's the guy with the ghosts.
Oh, how's
You
that
remember
going?
him? Good. I'm trying to raise money to fund a priest to consecrate him.
Ooh, how much will that be?
He's got 2 options. One that's 500 pence. I'm hoping to at least scrounge that together, and another for 100 gold.
Can I watch?
Yes. Although you won't be able to watch much unless I can get those funds.
All right, I'll do it.
Really?
Yeah, I'll just ask my dad.
Oh, very good. The 100 gold?
Sure.
Oh, good.
Around this time of year, they get lots of donations.
Yeah, good. Well, that's funny. We'll be giving it straight to a real church.
She shrugs. She does not care.
Yeah, I
know. Okay. Now, technically, temporally, we're about to skip a week into the future, but I think this works best because I want to get Nick involved. So, all 3 of you, as well as Odnos' son, Meranos, and I think that's it, meet at the estate, because we need to have a campaign meeting, because there's some things that have happened that we need to discuss. Firstly, I think Meranos will be the one to break this, because it's a bit brutal for a Luznos to do that. Meranos will lead forward, and he'll say, so what are we going to do about Tritnos?
Huh? Something happened with Tritnos?
I'll look at you, Odnos.
My son has been arrested for murder.
Oh. Well, did he do it?
If he did a murder is a tough question, but if he did it seems to be certainly.
He certainly had no intention of killing if he did.
It was not murder, but he did do it.
Okay.
Meranos waves his hand. Whether he did or did not, it doesn't matter. What actually matters is how this is going to impact the campaign going forward. So, I've thought up some alternatives of how we can deal with this. Now,
first we got a Trump plot, now we got a Hunter Biden plot.
All political scandals are Hunter Biden.
This is not all political scandals.
So, the first option that I see going forward is that you publicly denounce your son, you refuse to dedicate any resources to his defense, and we sever all ties with him.
Strong.
I will not do this.
Well, think it over. Let's go to the second option, but we may go back to the first. You could publicly sever all ties with Midion, continue to support him in the background, but never appear on stage with him again, never speak in public on his behalf, try to divorce this idea that you're his puppet master. Because, I'm telling you this now, and I know this to be true, if we go before the tribe, and you are on stage beside Midion, or anywhere in the vicinity, or even there's a hint that you are his string puller, and your son's on trial for murder, we will lose this election.
All due respect, isn't it kind of like blatantly obvious at this point already?
You may say that, but to the people of the urban class, what evidence do they have? They've never seen you side by side. They're not privy to our internal meetings. They were not at the Paralia or the Deem election. All that's real is what they've seen with their own eyes, and even then, we can convince them that that's not real. The one thing we can't do is continue this, going forward on our current path. This is a guarantee of defeat. Even if your son's deemed innocent, that black mark will hang over him for the rest of his life.
Those are the only 2 options you can think of.
Can you think of an alternative?
No.
Well, you'll have a couple
I
of
hear
minutes.
it's quite popular to argue that he had no free will in the situation, and you can't blame him for it.
Meranos will sigh very heavily.
Sorry. I've had a frustrating day.
Dude, that's so funny. Having a very serious conversation about the fate of a person accused with murder and making a philosophy joke. Holy fuck. Oh, man. Yeah. Meranos will just sigh and say, I can't think of anything else, but if you can, I'm willing to consider it.
I'll keep my mind on it, but as of now, I'd say option 2 is the better one.
Well, before the trial, I'd say that we still have room to maneuver. As long as you make your mind up the day before, which gives us 2 weeks for you to make your decision, we should be fine. Though I am going to push you to make the decision on this within the week. If we're going to sever ties with him, we need to do it post-haste and immediately. Anyways, how are our connections doing in Piave?
There has been a development.
Now, Jackson, if you would like, you could share the letter, or you could dictate what you think is relevant from its contents.
I'll dictate for now.
Alrighty.
Arisor, the head of the reformist party in Piave, has sent me a letter. He wishes, in order for us to have continued relations, that we openly, his words, have Midian here to make a public speech, quote, of support for Piave and the reformist faction of the city. Otherwise, it appears that he will make issues.
What led to this ultimatum?
He found out, which I thought I had made clear to him, that I was also speaking to Heraclitus, the more aristocratic leader of their city.
You made it clear to him, and yet he still reacted poorly?
I thought I made it clear to him. In fact, when we had first spoken, he said that I would need more supporters within the city than him, and I said I would speak to Heraclitus.
You must be quite unstable, then.
Yes, and,
Well, you're the expert here. What do you think? Should we side with Heraclitus or this Arizor fellow?
I think the description of Arizor as unstable is apt, but he's also the one who gave us hard gold and...
The Piavan money came from him.
Yes, and the horses came from Heraclitus. Eric's, what did the value of the horses come out to?
300, 400 gold.
Yeah.
So about a quarter as much. No, a third as much.
Less than a third, because he gave 1.5 million gold.
Oh, okay, yeah. So less than that, yeah.
But
No way we can get them in a room together and forge even a short-term alliance between them.
I doubt it. A short term is more possible, but it would take quite some maneuvering. I don't know quite how.
If you don't think it's possible, it's not worth investing our time and efforts into. Which do you think will be most electorally popular? I assume we'll need to do a public, like you said, a public announcement that we're siding with one group or the other. Which do you think will play well?
Akbanex, you're from the urban center. What do you think the people would they be more favorable towards the reformist faction or the aristocratic one?
What kind of reform we're dealing with here?
Were you asking that in character?
No, out of character.
Like French Revolution cutting heads off reform.
Okay, and the other ones are aristocrats?
Yeah, like getting
Anti-democratic
rid of-
aristocrats.
And this is domestic, right? Or is this foreign?
This is foreign. These are the two factions in Piave.
Okay.
These are the guys who were accusing the other of stealing money from. I think.
Okay,
about
so
that.
yeah, we are not getting these people in a room together.
Yeah.
No.
No, one of them wants to kill the other
no
one. The other
shot.
one wants to launch a coup against the other one.
Yeah.
It sounds like no shot.
A charisma check?
Yeah, I think
Get
a
a
charisma
temperature
check
reading
is
from the
warranted
city?
here. Yeah, because I think, with a high charisma.
17,
okay, yeah.
based.
Okay. This isn't guaranteed, but if you guys side with Heraclitus, this is a way that someone could see it. The Plains faction of Zuri, which have a history of being a little bit, let's say, less than democratic, are now allying with the outwardly undemocratic forces of Piave and wanting to form a military alliance. And I think that some people in Zuri could be like, holy shit, the Plains faction of Zuri wants to launch a coup against the government. Because you're associating yourself with people who openly state they want to do that.
Yeah.
But maybe that won't be the angle. But also, Arizor is literally like Robespierre. Like, he's a little bit psychotic.
Yeah.
So
Does the people view him that way?
50-50.
I make don't confuse this with advising that we side with them on account of the personalities involved, but I think that the revolutionaries may be more agreeable in the public eye, as it doesn't look like we're trying to conquer the Dellian League.
And do you think that us allying with Heraclitus would look like we're trying to conquer the Dellian League?
I don't think it doesn't look like that.
Do you think that the people are outright favorable to Arizor?
No.
But less unfavorable?
I think they would be quite unfavorable to an alliance with the aristocracy of Piave.
You know, this the babbler may have a point.
Thank you.
Yes.
And are you more afraid of an unpredictable ally or an unpredictable enemy?
Well, I don't like either.
We need to ally with Piave. There is no choice in the matter. If we don't have another city on our side to invade Akialden, we will never pass the Dellian Assembly. So we need to ally with Piave. And if you're saying Heraclitus will not work, then, well...
What of our own allies here? We've tend to struck somewhat of an agreement with Luktara and Athias if we're to openly support a regicidal, do we?
I'll smooth it over. I mean, while Athias and Luktara are, of course, self-interested, they understand the reality, which is we live in a democracy. I've never heard them make statements opposed to that. I can't imagine that, well, I don't think anyone here in Zuri is as extreme as Heraclitus.
Yes.
I think that as long as we denounce the more violent practices, we can get them on board.
It might get us for Hamayan Strabo to drop out as well if we're aligning ourselves with a populist.
That is a good point. That's a great point. Good job. We could cannibalize the popular voter base. That's not a bad idea.
I do like the idea that we could paint this war as a populist one, because I do believe that we are really trying to help people, and if we can just show them that, then well, that would be a good thing. Right, we're trying to make a better league, one with fewer aristocrats, I suppose.
Now, Odnos, I know you were remiss when I suggested this earlier, but I'm now seeing an offensive line that we could take. We could say that here in Zuri, we could outwardly disgrace Heraclitus, say that him and his ilk are anti-democratic, and more importantly than that, they are the leftovers of old nobility. We could tie this in with your court case. We could say that your son was a hedonist, a debaucher, one who took the wealth granted to him and gave nothing back to his city, denounce him completely. All of this could present a platform of denouncing nobility, denouncing aristocracy, and supporting the people. We could pivot into populism.
Yes.
That could be our way into the urban.
Yes, this is good.
And when we're pitching war, it'll be the commoners in the fields and in the outer edges of the city that'll be attacked first by this invasion scenario that we are.
Marinos leans forward. This is perfect. Admetus and the Akagoi who rule over Akialden are borderline an oligarchy already.
Yes.
I do not see why we need to throw my son under the bus.
Oh, good optics. And it's also the only way out of that situation. And he did kill that guy.
Aluznos, who has been very quiet throughout this entire meeting, will stand up and say, "My brother would never kill anyone."
Sorry. My mistake.
Eric's, how popular are the courts in Zuri? What if we were to
They're literally the people, so...
Fine.
And the Archon's elected. And the pallbearers are like literally the most respected people in the city. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, but
there
no
have
one
been
hates
times.
court. Everyone hates court.
That's
Come
because
on.
judges make decisions, bro. What are you gonna hate? The 501 people who voted on the court case?
Yes, those 501.
Also, those guys are selected by sortion, so it's literally random. I mean, don't get me wrong. The pallbearers in particular, that one group of people have had very like checkered past. Like under Strabo, the pallbearers were used as like Gestapo. Like they would arrest people who talk shit about Strabo in public. But none of those pallbearers are in power and haven't been for 20 years. So like the current pallbearers are all people who are well respected in their local communities and were selected by the Archon who's elected. So not to say that people don't have problems with it. It's just that it's not like that major. Because it is literally the people. Also, in your murder case, they went with the biggest jury size available to get rid of any claims of, like...
I assume this is
impartial.
going to be, like, a really high-profile case, right?
Nah, not that big. I mean, okay, yes, it's for you, it's going to be big, and it could have a big impact on this campaign, but, like the trial of the murderers of Strabo, that was, like, a once-in-a-century, like, court case. Yours is nowhere near that. This is like, people will probably forget about it in a couple years. But for now, for this current month, yeah, it's the biggest case this month for sure.
Surely there's a way to spin cutting our ties from Midian. Or cutting our ties from Midian. It was the second option he proposed. We publicly cut our ties, but still support you from behind the scenes, but no longer act in your voice as we have been, so as to disassociate my son's issue from you.
What if you disassociate and then Midian denounces him?
Meredith nods. That could work.
Then you don't have to turn your back on your son, publicly at least, but we can denounce him, and the jury probably won't care too much what a politician thinks.
Aluz knows who
he can probably still beat his case, and that'll give us a straw man to rail against for even longer after he wins. We can be like, oh, he's so corrupt.
Aluz knows previously sat down, but he'll stand up again and say, I can't believe that we're actually considering this. What is the point in having a clan if we don't support members of our own? He didn't do anything wrong.
Wow.
We would still be supporting him this way.
By having our candidate publicly denounce him?
I suppose it...
Aluznos has like a vessel like fucking pumping on his forehead, and he says, I want to say this in the kindest way possible, but if it weren't for us, Midian would still be a farmer. Why would we ever sacrifice anything, especially a member of our own family, to make him Stratagoy?
Yeah, I don't wish to denounce him. If it's part of the strategy, we could just denounce whatever he's being fully like. I could just denounce murder and then say I support the legal process. And just leave it
yes.
there.
Yes.
It's pretty passive.
I think Mernos will look at you, Oddnos. Could your son please leave the room?
That's crazy, kicking him out over that. That's awesome.
He's looking at you, Oddnos. He respects that you're still the kid, like his father, so ultimately you're the man of that house or whatever.
Elusnos, are you willing to be quiet while we
He's like
discuss
white-knuckled gripping. If there will be any further talk of throwing my brother under the bus in exchange for political points, I don't think I can.
If it comes between Tritnos and this campaign, I will choose Tritnos. But we need to discuss the best way to handle it.
He nods and sits down. Mernos rolls his eyes. Well then. What's our strategy? We cannot rely on the outcome of the court case. It's not even worth discussing in this room. Whether he's guilty or innocent, that doesn't matter for the average voter. He's been accused. And, I mean, well, I've heard of his mother's waterworks, and I'm sure she's repeating it to every other member of the Guildsman faction right now. So, let's move on from his guilt or any other childish behavior we may have, and decide how we're going to tackle it. I think that both Odnos and Akbanax, you both brought up good points. A populist angle is good, and severing ties perfectly matches along that route. But if for some reason you are not willing to do that, then I'm not sure. I don't see how we get out of this without making some denunciation. I guess we could say nothing. Separate all your ties from Midian, and simply move on.
Sorry, maybe I'm a little confused here. I don't see why a candidate's financer's son's crimes are that relevant in the public opinion. Does the average voter know who's financing whose campaigns?
The financing has literally nothing to do with it. It's just that Oddnose has literally like been on stage and like does literally all the negotiating like out in the rural provinces.
Even that, like maybe I'm wrong, but like average voter, like I don't know, at least in like modern elections I'm familiar with, if a politician walks out on stage with somebody else, I don't know who that is.
I think that I think that for this you're literally looking at like razor thin margins, because we're talking like a plurality is enough to make you beat probably anyone else that's running, and then you just need to get a simple majority in the runoff. So like we're talking, very small groups of voters, and most importantly in Zuri in particular, there's a like very entrenched political machine. So like the Plains faction, for example, that's an example of a political machine. The opinions of 3 people decided that whole election. So you're not actually convincing the average voter. You're going to try to convince members of like the Guildsman political machine or the Arctic.
I get that, and they are in the know enough to care about that kind of thing.
Yeah, because that's literally exactly what happened in the Parali election.
Okay, that helps. Thank you. The political machine.
Yeah. Maranos will shrug and say, well, we can move on to an alternative topic if you'd like a moment to think.
Yes.
What else is there to worry about?
Well, your son has been working on something that he can speak on. And Elusnos will look around and say, yes, I brought this up to both Akbanax and you, Father, when you returned from Piave prior to the Parali election, but I think we should host a war game. I've gone through all the efforts of speaking to former Strategoi of the Plains faction and gotten them on board with the war game through some small-scale bribes and persuasion. All that's left now is to do a speech before the tribal assembly, but I can't do it. While I disagree with some of the things Uncle Manos said, it is true that with my brother's murder trial, I don't think the public would want to do anything that I say. So I think that Midian needs to give the speech. So in a couple of days, he would go before the tribal assembly, argue for why we should host a war game. Then there would be a sort of open forum in which all former Strategoi would get the chance to speak, whether asking a question, a denunciation, or a commending of the initiative. And then if it passes there, then we would be able to control who's on the war council. But we'll need funding, because to control who's on the council for the war game, we need significantly more funds for bribes.
So we need more financing.
Yes. And mechanically, this would be a money factor of 8, and it would basically guarantee that... So, just because it's been like a month since we talked about this, the goal of this is to hold a war game in which the current citizen militia of Zuri is put through the tests and to basically test its readiness for war. And what he's talking about is bribing the current Strategoi and a bunch of other former Strategoi to basically decide who will be on that council who rates how good the Zurian army did. And then those people will, at your discretion, say, oh yeah, the army did terribly.
Which is what we want, right?
Correct. That is what you want. Yeah.
Okay, and that's good because we're trying to show that the current status quo is soy and we'll make it Chad?
Precisely.
Okay.
Yep.
Maybe, and I mean, Odnos, if your son is involved in this strategy for us in any way, maybe that's our tie-in. He's not a bad kid. He's just a victim of what we instill in the current generation, that they're weak and lack discipline. And
My dumbass Zoomer's son killed a guy.
That's a crazy angle, dude. That's a crazy angle. Kids these days always murdering people.
dude, it's like you can't even grab a couple beers and kill a guy on Broadway.
yeah, and so this is why we need to ramp up military training.
Smash one guy's head in
and
and
teach these
it's
kids
all
some
over.
discipline.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Hear me out.
Well, it's like nobody wants to work these days. All they want to do is
Commit murder.
commit second-degree murder.
I don't know about this one. But yeah, Illusionos will continue and say, so in terms of action items, that leaves us with Midion needs to be prepared to make a speech before the former Strategoi, and then we need funding to form up the War Council. Or if we can
on a speech.
Wonderful. It'll be also after the speech, there will be a live section in which he has to answer questions from former Strategoi. They may be quite scathing. Fine. Only about half the former Strategoi are supportive of the initiative.
Well, I thought we were going to bribe them.
We could try that, but the plan was to bribe them once the initiative had passed, not beforehand.
Well,
we could do
bribing
both.
them either way.
If we get enough money, we could do both, yes.
Okay, yeah.
There's only a small handful that are immune to it.
I guess this moves us on to financing then.
Yes.
Right.
I suppose that if we openly support the Reform Party, we might ask for more money to fund the campaign directly this time. Thoughts on this, Uncle?
Baronos will nod. If we're going to do it anyways, we might as well make profit out of it.
Do you think we ask them before we give support, or give a show of support and then ask as a show of good favor?
When you met with him, did he start with pleasant talk and then business, or business first?
I believe it was pleasant talk, then business. Eric, that was correct, right?
I'm not gonna tell you.
Right.
Well then, go with accept the offer, and then afterward ask him for money.
Yes, I think that it's more within his personality as well.
Also, now that we're at the tribal level, we could reach out to some financiers within the urban population.
Do we know any of these?
I've had a number wish to support me.
Well,
if they support my philosophy, they might support my politics.
If we're going to lean fully into populism, there is a man named Xenodus who we could lean towards.
Xenodus. What do we know of him?
He's a native of the city who worked a job in the gutters until he was 23. Then he traveled to Gotorluka and returned with fine clothes, lots of money. He says that he has a generous patron who believes in the cause of the workers. It's all but guaranteed that he is a representative of the Gotorlukan Priest King. He primarily funds candidates who attempt to capture the populist spirit of Strabo.
Will he not prefer to endorse the Strabo candidate then?
Another reason we have to get him out.
Agreed. If it's only us that go into the final tribal election, he'll have no choice but to support us. But you're right, that is a problem. There is another option. Are you familiar with the Money Changers Guild?
Okay.
I'm not familiar.
They are a global body with guild offices in nearly every city in the world. They take 30% to exchange your silver for gold, or gold to copper, or any coin to any other coin. And here in Zuri, they've had problem with populists in the past attempting to decry this practice as inordinately expensive on the poor. And since we are going this populist route, and we promise not to infringe the rights of the Money Changers Guild, we could receive some funding from them. It won't be a lot, but it could be some.
I mean, shoot, we could offer to do the same for like 15%. We'd be making a ton of money.
If we do that, you will be assassinated.
Yeah. You don't want to do that.
When you put it like that.
There's a reason why it's 30%. It's because anyone who tries to lower it faces very negative consequences. They've sponsored mercenary armies before.
So, Eric, I missed some of that. 30% loan was the other option.
No. That's just what the Money Changers Guild do. They would give you a little bit of money just to say that you will not infringe their privileges at all. Because most populists immediately default to shitting on the Money Changers Guild because it's just like it's super popular. No one fucking likes them. But yeah, so if you don't do that,
a pro money changers populist movement.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? That it's going to erode support, but it will give you more
Well,
money.
I thought, well, we don't have to be pro, right?
You just need to say nothing. Yeah, just don't.
It's not one of our
them.
talking points.
Yeah, which makes sense because you're a fucking Stratagoy. Like, what does a Stratagoy even have to do with a money changer?
So we don't have. We just have to be like, not say anything. No money changers talk.
Yeah, basically. But and importantly, you also do need to be a populist. Both of those funding methods rely on you guys saying like. Really leaning into like you guys are being kept down by the elites, the aristocrats. They're trying to like just going full on into like anti-establishment type shit.
Aren't the people in Zuri kind of sick of that?
Well, kind of, but also, do you have another like?
We're about to give it to them in the freshest way they've ever seen.
Yeah, it sounds like you guys are fully leaning into that angle. So,
yeah, we're leaning into it. So let's go.
Yeah. Oh, and then also, I think I forgot to bring this up during the rural elections. If you guys want to make promises to give women more rights, then you can get funding from a lady named Hypnia. But
I haven't heard that.
But you guys are Stratagoy, which means you have very, very limited influence.
They get to fight in the war.
Yeah, we'll draft
Yeah, they get to serve.
If you want that to be a platform, you can. But I'm going to tell you now, that would be very, 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 very difficult.
I don't know.
That may kill your whole campaign, unironically, if you go that hard. Like, women are getting drafted too.
Your husbands will be war heroes.
Yeah, that one's not going to fly either.
You're crazy.
I mean, back in the Athenian War, think of all the women who were able to form trade skills of some type of way while the men were out fighting.
Financial movement up when the husbands die. Good point.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you're actually not wrong. That would be the way to go. It's like very minor change. Yeah, or be like, we'll let them be nurses, or like we'll let them make like arrows, like very minor changes. Because anything else is gonna.
I mean, that seems good. I feel like you can throw some lines into a speech about.
Yeah.
Like we want women like
we support women.
Yeah, and just to give a vibe, well. You don't want to go too far. Hypnia will probably give you like one money factor. Epikuros maybe one. Xanatus and potentially Arizor could give you significantly more.
Who's Epikuros?
Epikurnos is the money changer guy. So if you go with like non-state financiers, you probably need to get all three of them to get to like a high money factor.
Yeah. Okay. So
what are the big ones we can lock down? Which ones were those?
Arizor,
so we have Hypnia, Lady. We got.
Oh, are these the two different guys from Piave?
No, we're just talking about the one guy. We kind of cucked the other guy.
Okay.
So we've got Hypnia, who could give us like one. She's the Rosie the Riveter. We've got Zenodius, who's the Strabo fan.
Right. He's the one who came back rich
with funding from Godarluka. We've got Epikurnos, who's the Illuminati, and we've got Arizor, who's, or I guess more BlackRock, but Arizor, who's Schizo Giga Chad French Revolution Chad.
I'm sorry, Epikurnos can give us high money factor, right?
No, he's going to give you two because you guys are running for Stratagoy, not for Archon.
It'll give us two to not say anything about him.
I mean, right? Go to 6 right now. Right? Come on, like that seems like an easy bag.
It kind of seems like it, yeah.
Right?
Just don't be anti-money changer.
Eric's never would stab us in the back with something we've done before, right?
Wow,
there's no way.
Perpetuating the stab in the back myth. Oh my god.
I just don't see when in the debate they're gonna be like, oh, you want to go to war? Like, can we go to war with the money changers?
I don't know.
I mean, okay, to give the potential way that this could possibly negatively impact you, if you guys super hardcore lean into populism and you find yourself running against another populist candidate and they go more extreme than you are, they may cannibalize some of the people voting for you.
I see.
Yes.
I see. When you win a populism contest and your opponent hates the money changing guild, but you already took their money.
Yeah, and they may descry you as like a bribed shill, which you are.
Yeah, true.
And like, sure.
So that is the
Can't we
potential
just-
downside.
Wait. But then don't we just have more money than them so we like get better ads
And
or
that's
something?
see, you're getting it now. That's the potential upside.
Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good because we'll have more money than them. They'll be poor. I
So
love
I think-
philosophy.
Ghost hunting is so fun.
Dude, yeah, I cannot wait
Oh
for this
yeah, we haven't even
exorcism.
started the ghost hunting yet.
He thinks there's going to be an
So-
exorcism.
While we're all in the meeting, I think that one great benefit would be to get Strabos at the campaign, or the Strabo Hamayon at the campaign.
Did you get a new idea?
No, but I wanted to ask Grunkle about it because he hasn't heard yet. I'll just
Marinos will think.
I will add that his two prime motivators from speaking to him were that he seems to believe he can win sincerely and that he does not trust us.
We
the
could threaten to
Plains
kill
faction.
him.
Yes, he specifically does not trust you. We could threaten to kill him, you say?
Yes.
Suppose if we had the funding.
The problem is, what you're describing, that pride, it's familiar to me. I remember it in his great uncle. Solyon never backed down from a challenge. You know, I don't know if you knew this, but that dinner he went to, the one where he was stabbed, one of his attendants told him it was a trap.
Really?
Yes, they were another member of the conspiracy, a low-ranking one. They didn't know any of the details, only had a vague insinuation that that day something bad was going to happen in the countryside. So they told him, he said that he'd bring his bodyguards with him. He didn't know we'd bribe those as well. And he walked right into the wolf's den. He was still surprised, too. Either way, I think that type of arrogance means that threatening his life will only further embolden him. So I think that there's a couple of routes that we can go. We can either take as much financing as possible and try to drown him. We can hire bards to sing negative songs about his candidates. We can do everything we can to discredit and disgrace him. We could simply approach the candidate himself and try to bribe him into resigning. I don't know anything about him, but you can leave that to me or Lusnos. But all of this is contingent on having resources to operate with.
Yes. Well, I believe our first order of business is to voice our support for the Reform Party.
All right.
I also
Then
had
to ask them
one
for
more
financing.
thing. I had one more thing to run by you guys before we were done for this meeting.
Yes, what is it?
I was approached at one of the recent campaign events, and my mistake was that I never got a name, but I wanted to run it by you guys just in case it was suspicious to you guys. It was a pretty scarred man. It made me think he was a mercenary or something, and asked me what it was like to kill an elf. He mentioned combat experience on the plains.
Oh, that's a good question. I assumed magnificent.
It's like-
Odnos, you would recognize that description. That is the ambassador from the Kingdom of Malgotha, a former captain of the Red Banner Army, named Hamilton Bremen.
I caught that pen, by the way.
Bum.
So, Captain of the Red Banner Army. What's his name?
Hamilton Bremen.
Hamilton Bremen. Did I see him at the party?
Yeah, you invited him.
Why'd I do that?
What do you mean? He's an ambassador of a foreign state, and you're trying to acquire as
that's
much
right.
support for your movement as humanly possible.
Yeah, that's right.
You invited like
Yeah, that's
everyone.
right.
That sounds like Hamilton Bremen, the ambassador from Malgotha. He was involved
Oh,
with the
wow.
Red Banner Army some time back.
Okay, well, I mean, there wasn't too much to report about the conversation. It was mostly pleasantries and pretty neutral stuff because I didn't know who he was, but wanted to make sure you guys knew.
Marnos will look towards you, Oddnose, and say, well, then, deal with the financiers, then we'll deal with the war game, then we'll deal with your son.
Yes.
Oh, good.
So, we can zoom out on the timescale a little bit again. Financiers, what are we doing?
I
Well,
think
I gotta go to church.
We'll get there.
I just can't stress how important this is.
It'll happen as long as we go quickly.
I think voice support for Arizor then.
Okay, we can just do that first because we're in like the sort of vague time space right now. So after you voice, so I'd like to, let me double check the note. I'm pretty sure of something. Yeah. So in a public speech, Midian, you head out to a little stage and you announce to the supporters of, your Paralia that you are fully on board with the reformist faction of Piave. The two of you are close friends. You even have a letter, the seal of Arizor. And the reaction here in your Paralia is, we'll say mixed, but that is very generous because half the people in this crowd, like, basically are owned by the clan Chalmaleros. And even then, the reaction is somewhat mixed because the reputation of Arizor is like, he murders people, like lots of people, like lots and lots of people. Like that is relatively well known.
He sees the vision.
Yeah. So the reaction's
really
mixed.
that bad, by the way, if I support Jackson's son in his speech.
Do you want to do that?
Whoa.
No, but I'm saying, is
Guys,
it really
it
that?
was a
Maybe
just
something to bring up at
cause.
the next
That guy's
campaign strategy
son.
meeting.
That guy was asking for it. He was asking for it.
It's a just cause. I have a moral philosophy
after
for
supporting
I considered it
Arizor,
was an oppressor.
Let me give my moral philosophy. That guy sucks.
I will advise Midian to include that we intend to use more democratic principles or something along those lines. Try and temper it a little bit for local population.
Oh, and do you openly decry Heraclitus and his faction?
Let me check the letter real quick.
Okay, because I'm gonna note something down. 1 sec.
Uh-oh. Alex will remember this decision.
Yeah.
Don't like that.
Okay. So you endorse Arizor.
He doesn't explicitly ask.
Hey, what are you doing?
I think we're good.
Are we denouncing Heraclitus?
Thoughts, boys?
I don't think you need to start denouncing random foreign leaders. We don't need to just make enemies out of nowhere.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Although we just did, but we don't need to do it explicitly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
we don't need to be. Doesn't have to be like our bit.
If it was domestic, I'd maybe say yes. But if it's foreign, like, we can just say, hey, there's this other guy. Like, you guys heard of him?
Alrighty, then reaching out to Arizor afterward, he is ecstatic. That guy is unhinged. Like, the letter you get is the nicest, most like, oh my god, you're so lovely. I knew we'd work great together. I'm so happy to have you on my side. You're awesome. Like, it's the exact opposite tone of the first letter you received. By the way, I don't know if you noticed. In that letter he sent you, he said he broke into your office and your great uncle's. Okay.
I noticed. I
wanted to make
Chose
sure you
not
got that
to share
part.
that consciously.
That's probably smart because your uncle would lose his fucking mind. Yeah, that was a wise thing not to include. Yeah, so with all that, he's super like, oh my god, it's so awesome. Here's some money. And you are up to money factor 7 after Arizor's contribution.
Hey,
Fucking go.
So,
Nice. And then did we take the bank deal yet?
Not yet. And so some things we can get with 7 that we couldn't get before. We can now purchase permanent property for bribes. So that's homes, horses, things like that. We can also rent out a major public space in Zuri, such as the Grand Amphitheater of Eugemenes, basically any public space that's there. And now we can bribe low-ranking government officers. So the next tier, 8, would be enough to bribe former Strategoi. So this would allow us to bribe like former poll bearers or like Paralia election officials, like kind of mid-tier, not like demarks, but a little bit above that. So what else do we want to do on the financing front?
Can I go take that bank deal?
You can.
Man really wants to sell out.
I mean, I get why.
It really seems so free. It seems so free. No one's gonna ask my finance opinions.
When
you
would
guys
the
go to
bank
the Money
ever
Changers
want
Guild.
some?
Well, and the thing is, I have no beef with the Money Changers Guild. I have no money.
Based?
You know, I don't give a shit.
I don't have a beef with them either, but there is no such thing as a free lunch. They're not just gonna give us money.
I really think they will because they are the people who own all of the money. I think that they burn it so freely.
Listen, when you said
What
the
does a
Illuminati, it was
riser-
shockingly accurate.
Huh?
When Oddnose called them the Illuminati, that was shockingly accurate.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I do think that the Illuminati will just throw around money just to have people like them.
Yeah.
Or like on their side.
Yeah.
Vaguely.
What does our bipolar Arizor think of the money changers? Does he openly denounce
Do you
them?
ask him that, or do you like do you send a letter asking him his opinion, or do you just like try to get the general vibe from like people?
Just get the general vibe. I was there for like a year, so I'd assume
okay, yeah,
I'd
the
have
general,
heard.
yeah, you can get the general vibe. If you send a letter, it'd be very different. Yeah, he wants to kill every single one of them, but he can't because again, the Reformers faction is not popular. They only hold the eponymous Archon seat, and that's just Arizor. Like the rest of his faction is a bunch of like corrupt, violent thugs that can't actually get elected to office because they're not that popular. But Arizor is personally relatively popular in Piave. So yeah, I'm trying to remember what it was called. The something of the canal. It was when he took power basically in a coup. He went to the money changers office and threw several guild representatives out the window into the river, and he executed the head of the branch there. But he never actually got around to like legally abolishing the money changers guild. So after order was restored, they just kind of came back and continued to operate.
Okay. And what about this? What was it? Tipnia or Hypnia?
Hypnia. So yeah, she is now out of your price range because again, money factor is exponential. She literally cannot like increase your money factor anymore
That's hilarious.
because she doesn't have that much money.
Supporting women is off the menu again, boys.
So yeah, so the options remaining are Zenotis
We could still do it.
and Epicurnos.
Where's
Right.
the money then? Why would we do it? There's no
Oh,
money.
guys, I think it could just be, it's someone we're trying to win for something, right?
Oh, looky, look, the philosopher wants to speak up.
It'll be wants the banks to help women. Yeah.
So Epicurnos could get you to 8, and then Zenotis could get you to 9.
If we were to get both of them, or just like Zenotis could get us to 9 if we-
Individually. So if you decide to go with both of them, then Epicurnos. So if you went with Epicurnos, you'd be at 8, and then if you went with Zonos, you'd also be at 9. Because the difference between 9 and 10 is like, just to read up from my little note here, 9 is like commissioning a monument or holding a festival in like one paralia. A 10 is bribing a faction thought leader. That's like bribing literally the Archon and saying like, hey, current government leader, I'm gonna give you so much money, you just endorse my candidate for your job. Like that is the level of bribe we're talking about. That's like going to like the head of the Morning Lord Faith in the city and saying, hey, we're gonna just give you so much money, you endorse our candidate. Or hosting a citywide celebration. So for every citizen of Zuri, which is like 35,000 people. So there's a huge money difference between 9 and 10.
God, I love politics. So that would be if we had both of them, we'd be at 10.
You'd be at 9 with both of them.
Be
The
at
only
9,
way to get
and
to 10 would be to go to one of the very, I'd say, unethical sources like Procor or another like city in the league.
So if we're to get just Epicurnos, it would
Yep.
be 8.
8, which is
If
what
we're
you
to
need
get
for
just-
the war game.
And if it were to be just Zenota,
If it's just a notice, you'd
Zenotis.
also get to 9, yeah.
we'd get to 9. And if we were
Correct.
to have both, it would be 9.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
If we
so
can
there's-
get the big one.
Yeah, there's no reason to do both, really.
Yeah, so we would ideally do Zenotis, and he was the Strabo fan.
His
Gato Luca
contingency would be to
puppet.
get Stravos to drop out of the race.
Yes.
And I'm gonna be honest, with the time we have left, I don't know if we can do that.
And that couldn't be a next session. I guess I don't know what next session's supposed to be.
But actually, yes, that could be a next session thing. The problem is the war game thing does need to happen, like timeline-wise, this session. So we need 8 money factor at least to be able to do the war
Oh, well,
game
then let's
thing.
try and get both. We can do both.
We can't really get Strabo to drop out in, what is it, 22?
No, I mean, we can get the 8 right now, and then
Yeah, and then next session you could try to get Zenotis on your side.
And, the banks and a foreign.
it's just the banks. It's just the banks.
To be clear, it's also
I'm gonna go to the Money Changers Guild.
Okay, well, you can't make a deal on behalf of the whole campaign, unfortunately.
Why not?
I'm
Why not?
sorry, you just can't do that.
Guys, what's wrong with the bank? It's just the bank.
It sounds like Jackson's on board.
That's where money comes from.
It's not a bank either.
Haven't you heard?
They purely operate as a friction middleman. They don't actually contribute anything to the economy.
I'll meet with them, and I want to know what they want exactly. Just
they want
don't
you to
mention
never openly talk about the Money Changers Guild ever.
All right, no endorsement. That could cause problems with Arizor, but
Yeah, if he learns about it, yeah. Hopefully he doesn't break into your office again.
yeah, surely never. Could I just burn the evidence I ever made a deal with the Money
For sure,
Changers?
as long as no one in your campaign is ever bribed by a Piavan spy to tell them about the meeting.
Who's in our campaign?
That would be almost every NPC you've met at this point, like Democritus, all the Athiuses, the Lutaras, your whole family, Akvanax, Midian, like it's a huge number of people.
Arizor, he's like a paranoid guy, right?
Incredibly so.
He does like, would he do anything unhinged?
No, surely not. Surely not. The guy who has armed bodyguards in every room he's in, even the bathroom? No, he'd never do anything unhinged.
Well, if you say so. Yeah, I believe him.
It sounds like we're Epicurnosing, right? Money Changers Guild represent?
I'm not on board with the Money Changers.
Okay,
so
then
far.
how are we
It's
going to get
free.
the last money factor we need for the war game? Or, and this is, we could just do this, just let the war game happen naturally, and if it's a bad outcome, that's great. If it's a good outcome, that's bad. Just let nature take its course. You could just do that.
Actually, the military is supposed to be actually shite, isn't it?
You have not won a war against an actually other city-state in, like, ages. To be fair, you haven't fought a war in ages either. You've only been fighting, like, border skirmishes.
What if the opposition bribes them, though?
Then you're fucked.
Oh, can we just bribe them to the capacity that we can?
I guess, but
Okay. I just won't do it.
I mean, you can. Just 7 is not going to tilt their opinion in your favor.
Yeah.
And Zenotis won't do anything unless
You
we,
could meet with him. I just said that would probably be a limiting factor. But if you want to go have a personal meeting with him, you totally can.
Let's do that.
Okay. Who are you bringing along? Now, keep in mind, if you do end up going with the you and Midian severing ties strategy, you may want to send Midian on his own.
Midian, you think you can handle it?
It's not as urgent. I mean, sorry. I mean, it's like, do we really have to sever ties after the last few people that we've teamed up with?
What do you mean?
He's talking about, do you and him need to sever campaign ties because of your son's murder election, considering that you've just taken bribes from, like, very unethical people?
Actually, you know what? Very good point. Also, just thinking about it, like campaign-wise, if Jackson can't be in any of the important conversations, it's Jover. He's the only guy that knows what's going on.
I would agree with that statement.
Yeah, so I actually think we kind of can't pull that strategy.
We truly may have reached peak character and like player overlap, where I think that Jackson literally does know like everything that's going on, and the rest of the other two know like hyper specific things, and that's it.
Yeah, I don't have the grand scheme anymore. I like lost it.
No, like I'm on a different machine right now. Like I don't have any of my notes from the last 2
It's
sessions.
perfect. It's perfect. True character cohesion. Okay, so it sounds like.
And we can't just do this next session for the war game?
There is not time to stage the war game in the 15 days that are going to be between the start of the next session and the election.
Well, and you won't fuss with the calendar?
No.
Okay.
The war game's going to happen.
We gotta make a choice soon here because I got ghosts.
You got ghosts.
So what's the downside to me meeting with Zenotis along with Midian? Because we haven't hit that mark where I have to make a decision yet.
No, it's just that If
Yeah,
you
then
did
do
want to
that,
start
do that.
separate, yeah, you can just do that. All right.
Just do that.
Odnos and Midian,
Yeah.
the two of you guys head into the city, and you make your way to the offices of Xenodus. He's a wealthy local. He lives in the trade district of the city, which is very small. It's technically not even a part of the city of Zuri. It's a part of a nearby city. It's where the fleet is stationed. And you make your way out here. It's a pretty big hoof. And you head to a first floor is a shipping company. Second floor is his office. Xenodus will welcome you inside. He'll put wine before you. He'll talk about how beautiful of a day it is, and then he'll sit behind his desk and say, "So, what brings you down?"
Oh, well, to be blunt, we were looking for campaign funding.
Well, that is something. Now, I've of course, heard rumors in the wind and stuff like that about what you'd like to achieve while you're in office. Certain war. That's one heck of a thing. Are you aware of what type of candidates I've sponsored in the past?
I've heard that they're more of the more populist bent.
Yeah, I like to support people who have the interest of the workers and the people of the city in mind. And I'm just not sure if I see how our interests align.
Well,
I mean, if a foreign aggressor were to attack, they'd be the commoners and farmers that would be taken down first.
For sure. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, though. Certainly not within the next year.
our concern is that the League as a whole has been growing further oligarchic, and that as that ideology spreads, it threatens Zuri as it comes to those cities which are closer to ours. I also believe that a war can be, well, difficult. It has the potential to be good for the people if waged correctly.
I'm sure you believe that. But, and correct me if I'm wrong, I've been out of country for a while, but here in Zuri, looting rights are largely reserved for members of the Plains faction who are able to pay the wages to become officers in the army, right? So the average man won't make any profit from this war. In fact, they'll be the ones bleeding and dying, whereas the Plains faction will be the ones profiting.
Eric, is there any way we could change that, or would that just melt down?
You would have to get a vote before the tribe to fundamentally change the army structure of Zuri.
And we sold away looting rights as one of our...
You already did that, yeah.
Yeah.
Who'd we sell that to?
I think it was someone in the D-Mark election, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, they sucked.
We wasted our shit on the D-Mark election, man.
I remember that was a deal with the devil. I'm trying to remember which faction that was.
Some guy who lives in a house with 2 stories.
Yep. Yep. Some random Gladell nobleman.
Oh, it was that guy.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
I think
he
it was
being a
that guy.
jerk.
Yeah.
He just wanted a name change. It wasn't him. It was.
Oh, there's someone that you sold it to. I do remember this happening, but either way, the Plains faction would lose their fucking mind if you changed how looting rights work. So, yeah, I would not recommend that. Well, I'll be kinder. I'll give you a chance. How do you think your cause is beneficial to the average man of Zuri?
Midian, your former tenant. What can you say about your former experience in the army?
I mean, it's about keeping the people back home safe, right? It's like war does not start and stop with looting rights. It's about protection. It's about safety. It's about security.
There's a common refrain that goes that war is a way for wealthy men to send poor men to die.
I'm not exactly what you would call a wealthy man.
Well, you own your property, do you not?
Technically, no, actually.
Oh, you're a tenant.
I have eliminated his payments for the rest of his life, regardless of if he wins.
I see what's happening here now. I understand. I'm not sure if I see how your cause benefits the worker.
No, I see what I understand what you mean. Yeah.
What he wants.
What was that, Ben?
Just ask him what he wants. We can just sell out. Just ask him what he wants. Give
It's
it to
true.
him.
That aside, what do you want?
Well, in the position of Strategoi, I'd largely like to see a democratization of the officer positions. Perhaps selected by
In what way?
sortion, or if you can't do random chance, because maybe you want some level of competency, then have a board that judges people's competency and then have sortion from a collection of candidates rather than buying and selling commissions. It'd give the common worker a way to move up socially and over the course of war, rather than being stuck to the infantry, making nothing on looting and burdening the majority of casualties.
So Eric, he just said basically create a board that would be elected that would oversee officer positions.
Yeah.
And is that entirely incongruent with looting rights going to the upper class?
Looting rights and who is an officer are totally disconnected.
Okay.
Technically, a normal infantry soldier could get looting rights, so there's no connection.
Yeah, sure. I mean, like the military. I mean, I'm sure this current structure is shit. So let's replace it with one that's worse. That sounds fine.
How much? How much would there be a meltdown among the Plains faction if we were to?
So it's worth explaining how the current system functions. The way it works is you buy officerships. So, like, you buy a lieutenantship. And the reason it works that way is because officers have the expectation of providing funding for the troops underneath their command. So they pay for armor, they pay for swords, they pay for shields. If you get rid of that, then that means that the city of Zuri would have to pay for that, which would make the Zurian military significantly more expensive while it's on campaign.
All right, I'll bring that up. How do you propose that the military is paid for then?
Raise taxes.
It seems, but then doesn't that directly reflect upon the commoner?
Of course it does, but I think that the chance of being able to make some progress in war far outstrips any slight increase in taxes. And, of course, as you know, land tax is one of the most best methods of taxing the rich, so increase those.
Would you be opposed entirely if we were to have a more distributed tax raise, including among the commoners, in order to implement this new...
As long as it's not regressive, I suppose I have no inherent contention with it. Everyone must shoulder the burden of the military. I think we share a common interest in the good of Zuri. I'm not even opposed to fighting a war. I'm opposed to the specific conduct of the current military in the operations of previous wars. A truly egalitarian military, that's something to support.
Conceptually, like what you're asking here is completely reasonable, and I honestly support it. But the financial backing of a military in that situation is what makes this really complicated to implement successfully. And
I completely agree, and that's why I'm giving you money to solve it.
Right, but that doesn't fund a military. That only funds a campaign.
Yes, and then you need to convince the people.
The unsolved problem there is still paying for the military under this new system.
Raise taxes.
How is that better for the commoner? Just the off chance that
It's
they
not an
might
off chance.
increase their...
It's that the current military is structured in a way where the average participant in war has no method of upward mobility. It's impossible. There is nothing that can be achieved. If you were to rejoin, you would not be an officer, despite your storied lineage. It's simply how it is. But this system could fundamentally change it. And think about it that way. Now we'd have people entering politics who do have command experience. We could have more commoners becoming strategoi, because now they actually do have the command level experience required for strategic thinking. It'd be a fundamental shift of how we conduct wars. And, yes, they'd have to pay more. It'd certainly be worth it, though.
Sounds kind of base to me.
Yeah.
It sounds so base, but I'm just like having a hard time with the tax angle.
Here's
That's like a big unpopular thing to take on.
We can figure that out later, brother.
Yeah. Yeah, you can just tell them. You can just tell them that the taxes are going to work out, and that you've done the math.
You're just getting elected now.
Yeah. Okay. Fair.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Zenotis will agree with that. He never brought up Strabo in the conversation, so either he hasn't reached out or, you don't know. He never brought it up.
All right.
And you guys can move to a money factor of 8.
I thought it was 9.
Nice.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, it's a 9.
Huge.
You're right.
And we didn't even get to go with the bank.
True. So,
Arcanax is gonna go rogue and try and make a deal with the bank on his own.
for the sake of time, because I really do want Ben to get the chance to do his little exorcism thing.
Yeah.
I do too, actually.
The war game, there was going to be a little thing here, but it can largely be dealt with. There's something that's going to come up next session, but we'll deal with it then. Basically, you go before Midian, you go before the people, you argue why it's important to test the military. With 9 money factor, you bribe every single former Stratagoid, with a couple people who just refuse the money. These people say that like the military doesn't need to be tested, or that this is a political stunt, but that's not like actually a refutation of what you're arguing, which is that the military fundamentally is not prepared. So it goes through.
I wanted to watch it in like a more objective, like not bribed. How well did they do? Did they botch it? Like,
I mean, honestly, I think that if Nick had had time to internalize a lot of the talking points, I think that his speech would have gone fine. I think the harder part would have been the like live back and forth, because I remember during the Paralia election, that was the harder of the 2 parts, especially when he was talking to Atheus. But
Dude, that was a nightmare.
no, but how did the military?
The war game.
Oh, how does the military actually look? We'll talk about the results of the war game next time.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just the
I see.
initiative
So it
to
hasn't
elect the
happened
war
yet.
council.
It
Yeah,
hasn't
yeah.
happened yet. I see,
This is just the tribal election to get who will be on the war council. We'll talk about the results of that later. So, with all that, there are only 3 things left during this session. We'll start with Ben's exorcism. So,
we buy it all.
Charnax, correct. She is able to secure you funding, though the way she acquires it is somewhat unethical. But who cares?
Don't care.
We
We gotta get these ghosts.
doesn't care about ethics.
Well, surely it's not less ethical than curing a man of ghosts.
What a calculation. The 2 of you make your way to the Relian Soul Chapel. Sorry, 3 of you, because it's Charnax, you, Tritnios. Wait, that's not his name. Tridion, right?
Tridion.
Yeah, Tridion.
Sorry, wrong sheet.
I think it's Tridion. You, Tridion, and Charnax make your way to the chapel with the Aurelian Soul Cleric. The cleric will, Procnax will lower his head to welcome you inside, and he'll say, "Is this the man in question?"
Yes.
Well then.
Quite troubled.
I've acquired the material components, and Charnax will hand him over the coin, and he thanks her and says, "Do I recognize you?" And she says, "Probably not." And he just slowly nods.
I like give her a side eye. That's wrong.
All right. Well, let's go into the altar chamber. And he will lead you down a stone staircase. And down here, there is a stone slab. This is a mausoleum for preparing bodies, or morgue, I guess would be the better term. And Tridion will be directed to lay down. Tridion looks very nervous. And Procnax will begin to burn incense on the corners of the slab. Do you want him to explain what he's doing, or do you want him to conduct all 3 rituals and then explain the results?
Oh, no, I'll hear about it. Yeah, that's interesting.
Okay. Well, the first ritual that we are casting is quite simple. We are going to splash him with holy water along the length of his body, and if we see any movement within his skin or within the ethereal realm that we can feel, we will know that something has left him. And so he begins to dip holy water on feet, knees, thighs, pelvis, stomach, chest, arms, elbows, hands, and finally on his chin and then his forehead. And then the room goes quiet. Tridion lays there. Procnax watches him. Nothing happens. And Procnax shrugs and says, "Well, I did not detect anything, so we'll move on to the next of the rituals." He will ask Charnax for a hand, and probably you for a hand since you're such a built fella. And you'll bring over a barrel of holy water, quite sizable. And then he will...
Pick it up, no problem.
Yeah, 80-pound barrel. You pick it up, bring it over. And he says, "And this here will be used as a ritual of hallowing. Similar to how churches are consecrated, so too shall we consecrate his body." And
Very
this
good.
involves smearing holy water along, the extremities of his body, similar to the first ritual. But now he casts an actual spell. His eyes glow incredibly brightly gold. The entire room fills with light for a moment as the holy words emit from his lips. And then as the light dies down, things seem to be largely the same as before. Tridion looks around. Procnax looks at him. Is there a change? And Tridion's eyes kind of dart to the corner, and he just shakes his head. Procnax nods and says, well then, now there's the more expensive of the rituals. This one will involve burning more incense throughout the room, practically hotboxing it. There will be a sort of dust mixture of gems and silver and gold, which will be spread across Tridion's forehead. And then the cleric will lower his hand, touch his hand to the man's head, and he will cast a spell. And for a moment, Tridion's body kind of jolts a little bit, and he looks surprised. And Procnax looks down at him and says, that was a promising reaction. I didn't notice anything change, though, within the realm of magic. How do you feel? And Tridion will kind of sit upright. And then he just shakes his head. I'm sorry. I can still hear them. And Procnax will look towards you and shrug.
And that's it?
Those are all 3 of the rituals. A removing of curse, an anointing of the body, and a consecration of the flesh.
Well, what does that rule out then? Does that mean it's not demons or ghosts?
Yes.
Wow.
Tridion looks
You're certain?
devastated. And Procnax will nod. Through a consecration, no spirit of any kind could remain within him, and through a full removing of curse, it guarantees that this was not a witch or some other hex that was cast on him.
What do you suppose it could be remaining then? Do you have any opinion?
He looks over at Tridion and shrugs. I would not wish to speculate.
Well, I appreciate your services.
I'm sorry they did not yield any results.
I understand. I'm sure this was not the outcome you wished for either.
Tridion will stand up and just kind of start to walk out of the room. Looks a bit empty. Jarnax will trail behind him.
I hope that he's not just like actually crazy. That'd be really sad if I spent all this time hunting ghosts and the guy was just delusional. I'm starting to worry though.
The 3 of you exit the chapel.
Because at some point that means I'm delusional, right?
And Tridion.
Don Quixote over here with the ghosts.
Tridion will say, what else is there left to even test?
Well, a number of things. Don't worry, I'm always thinking.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I just after he said all those things, I was worried, but
No.
right.
There's a number of kinds of magics, and he only knows of the divine.
okay, good. All right. Well,
Yes, we'll take you to an arcanist next.
Thank you. I don't know how I can ever repay you for these expenses you're going through.
I'm sure that if there was ever a need for you to repay me, then the opportunity will present itself.
He nods. And now we move on to the final thing of the session. Jackson.
Yeah.
Are you going to do nothing regarding Tritnos? Are you going to distance yourself from the campaign? Are you going to denounce Tritnos? What's the plan prior to the trial?
I am not denouncing Tritnos.
Okay.
So the question is, do I cut ties from the campaign and to what extent? Or do I just kind of say, who cares?
I think we're running a pretty slimy campaign, man. I think who cares?
Eric's, I kind of missed earlier when you were talking about it. What would happen if we did who cares?
I think that the biggest negative of going the who cares route is that next session, when we start to, because this session was a lot of background stuff, like reacting, a lot of like other stuff. Next session is going to be actively campaigning to important figures within the urban community leaders, guild leaders, political, like politicians, philosophers, stuff like that. And I think that if you are in any of those meetings and this trial has just happened, regardless of its outcome, I think that is going to be a really tough pill to swallow, because a lot of these people, you can't just bribe them. You actually have to convince them that like their interest group is going to be represented by you as Stratagoy. And if a guy who's talking to you, his son literally just killed someone, like just on a personal level, I think that's going to be a tough pill to swallow.
So I wouldn't be able to be involved in any of the things.
Well, if you say fuck it, then you could just go to all of them. That's what I mean. When I say severing connections, that's what I mean. I mean like just not going to meetings like that, like just fully stepping back and like letting Midian kind of, spread.
Yeah, but that's like not on the table. Like again, we will swap.
Sure. Then
So you
guys so
say
good for the first half hour of the session.
yeah.
What'd you say?
It would go so good for the first and final 30 minutes of the session.
Yeah. There would be like a middle, like 3 hours where we really bombed, but we would start having a good time, and at the end we would laugh.
I would have more time to make great memes.
Yeah.
True. So true.
Yeah.
But yeah, it sounds like these two bozos can't handle it, so who cares route.
True. We're running a slimy campaign, man. I don't think like.
Yeah.
Well then, the final thing, so it sounds like, just to be clear, you're just going to say bucket weave all. You're going to continue to attend meetings. You're going to basically just pretend this isn't happening.
I think I'll distance a little bit, so like I won't like go to his speeches or like give speeches supporting him, but for like private meetings with community leaders, I'll probably show. But I'll keep it to like bare bones essentials.
Okay. So final thing is the verdict. On the day of the trial, August 31st of 1278, your lawyer is going to sit down with you. Technically your son's a lawyer, but you're the one paying him, so he's your lawyer. And you and him are going to meet at your home, and he is presenting you with alternative options. So this is, if your son is sentenced guilty, what alternative plea do they aim for? And to be very clear, this is assuming he gets sentenced on murder, which is typically a death penalty offense. So he has two things he thinks he can actually sell to a jury. The first is permanent exile. This is not like banishment, the political process that can be lifted. This is permanent exile from the city, and returning is a death penalty offense. Secondly, forced labor. He would be a slave laboring under the basically ownership of the city of Zuri, until his sentence is over, which would probably be the rest of his life until he dies. So of those two options, which would you like to present as an alternative?
So
sentencing?
I'm guessing exile is a much harder sell, right?
Honestly, kind of 50-50, because you have to keep in mind, forced labor sounds really bad, but he's still in the city, and you could always send him care packages. Like, you, as a wealthy man, there's a lot you can do to make forced labor very comfortable. Like, he could just go break rocks for 8 hours and then read books and have a lovely time. Whereas exile, technically, yeah, I mean, he'd be going to a different city. And honestly, you're rich enough that you could probably still keep him like well equipped. But both of these are viewed as almost equally negative. Because again, death penalty to return. Like, he's never coming back to the city, literally ever. So, and that just isn't unliftable. And there's no higher a court to appeal to. So he's just gone forever. So they're both very hard. Like, they're both going to be harder than, they're both hard to get the jury to agree to because death is the default. But of the two, they're about equal.
Honestly, it sounds like exile would do him good if he were to like find a like better place to live. I don't know, or he'd just be all alone.
Would you cut him off financially?
No.
Okay, well, I don't know if it
Set
changed
him
much
up on
then.
a dog ranch.
Jesus Christ.
What'd you say, Nick?
Don't
Set
repeat
him
that.
up on a dog ranch.
Basically, do you want to
It
keep
took
him
me a
close
second.
as a slave or a foreigner and like
Wow.
wealthy.
Classic slaver foreigner. Come on, Alex.
Classic.
I want him to be found innocent.
Well, I know, but we're going worst case here.
How would it play with the public? Like they
The
just
forced labor could look really bad if you make a hard effort to make his life comfortable. Like if you go really hard, like honestly, both of these look really bad because either way, you're basically taking a guy who literally murdered someone, is convicted for murdering someone, and then he gets to live a life in luxury while the victim is dead. So either way, it's going to be a tough pill to swallow. The forced labor one potentially could have a better public optics angle though, because he still has to like break rocks all day and he's a slave.
Wouldn't exile like get it out of their minds faster? Like,
I mean, they're going to forget about all this shit in a couple years anyways. So if that's your angle, none of it matters because they're going to forget in like 2-3 years. This is just not a big enough case to be remembered.
But for all intents and purposes, it sounds about the same, except like slight personal.
I think the biggest
moral.
question is the personal thing. Yeah, it's what does Odnos want? Does he want to be able to visit his son ever? Or I guess more accurately, have his son visit him.
Yeah, so I also want him to have his freedom, which he seems to appreciate.
Well, these are at odds.
Yes.
Also, if he's made a slave, he'd have to change his suffix. He'd become Tritdus.
I think I'm gonna go for exile.
Okay. So with that said, since you guys have left the case to the lawyer, it's just going to play out as it is. Jackson, I'd like you to roll me a d20.
Alrighty. One moment.
No way.
This is how real juries work.
That is not a d20. That is a 20. You have to do a d in front of it.
Oh.
I'm sorry, buddy.
Sorry, it's been a while.
I'm sorry. It has been a while. We don't roll a
I
lot in
could
this
pull a fast
campaign.
one on you.
There's not a lot of randomness in this game, but we've reached a point where I literally...
Oh, yo!
Okay, let me check something. I have a little table here.
The question is, was Alex giving him a 15% chance of victory?
Okay. All of you, including Midian and Akbanax, because Akbanax is a character witness, and Midian, you kind of care how this case results. Make your way to the
Curious.
Hall of Justice. There are about 1,000 attendees, 500 of which are members of the jury, which means the job of the judge is very hard. All 12 pallbearers are here to keep the order. And the way these trials work is very, very simple. The prosecutor gets a fixed amount of time to present his entire case. The defense gets a fixed amount of time to present his entire case, and then the jury decides. There is no cross-examination. There is no, like, I go, you go. It just block of information, decision. For the prosecution, they go hard. They paint Tritnos as a sex pest murderer who is an alcoholic, a drug addict, unreliable. His own family doesn't trust him and literally exiled him to the city of Zuri to keep him away from their property. They also use some of your own witnesses. Now, they can't use members of his family. That's against Zurian law. But they do use, for example, a cellist, one of his fellow students. And a cellist is forced to testify that, yeah, he didn't really care that much about learning, which kind of like undermines the entire idea that he's a student. He's kind of just a hedonist. At least that's the case of the prosecution. The main thing that they focus almost all their effort on is his intent. Now, a zone of truth was acquired for this, and the question was posed to him, did he intend to kill that man? To which the answer was no. Despite Tritnos' many flaws, he was not trying to kill someone by pushing them. That's not even a good way to kill them. That was not his intent. So, the prosecution does admit that they are no longer going for murder, they're going for manslaughter. And then they just sum it up by basically talking about how lovely the person who was killed was. They bring up tons of members of his family. They bring the currently sitting Basilius and the currently sitting Master of Ceremonies, both of who are members of the Guildsman faction, to talk about how lovely of a man Perior was.
They both knew him?
They didn't know him. They're just member of the Guildsman.
Oh my god.
That's a crazy witness, all right.
And
Yeah.
that wraps up the prosecution case. So they are going for manslaughter rather than murder. For the defense, they try their absolute best to paint Tritnos as a sympathetic student in the city. It is a very hard sell. They try to talk about how like he's had hard things happen in his life. That's very hard to sell. It's an uphill battle, but once they move on from the character stuff and they go to the actual facts of the case, they're like, here's the zone of truth. We know for a fact he didn't want to kill him. Here's, evidence from the lady he was with. It was a light barb that should never have caused another person to approach him. And they even try the self-defense angle. That's like that's about 10 minutes of like their whole presentation is talking about how actually this guy was walking towards him while shouting. Pushing him is a totally natural reaction in that situation. They also hired several speechwriters whom give these long, eloquent speeches talking about how, any man would defend himself in a situation like this, and he's being unfairly prosecuted. And they largely try to stay away from politics because you kind of instructed your lawyer to like focus on the facts of the case, so he doesn't go into that. But that's basically the defense. And the 501 jurors are given a chance to vote. And on the count of manslaughter, which is the unintentional killing of another person, they vote that he is guilty. Then when it comes to sentencing, the prosecution requests that even under a manslaughter charge, he should be killed, which is a very severe punishment for manslaughter. Whereas your lawyer, because of your previous conversation, asks for a 5-year exile as punishment for manslaughter instead. And when presented with an incredibly punitive measure and a kind of a slap on the wrist, to be completely honest. 5 years is not that long. They decide to go with a 5-year in exile. So if he returns within those 5 years, he will be killed. But once those 5 years are done, he can return to Zuri as a citizen, and he'll be able to keep the suffix of his name being Nos. And with that, we'll end this session.
I think we basically beat the case. That's not too bad.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I mean, he's guilty, but yeah, you beat the case.
But I mean, he did do it, right? Like I always
did that.
Right, he did do that shit. So. I mean, like, who are we fooling?
Yeah,
Like,
so
on the books manslaughter right there.
yeah.
Next session will be our final session for the campaign. We will be doing all the shenanigans leading up to the tribal election, and then whether or not you're elected as Stratagoy, Midian. Yeah, that'll be for next time.
Yes, sir.
Bye-bye.
And we've got like $1 billion. Bye, everyone.